right, so I will call the meeting to order. Hang on a second. Let me get my camera off so that if I put something in, yeah. And I will call the meeting to order. And Evan, Greg, do we have any agenda additions or changes?
Nothing from staff.
Nope, nothing
Okay.
from staff.
Okay, so the agenda will stand as approved, as warned. So that brings us to public to be heard. And this is where members of the public are welcome to make comments about anything that is not on tonight's agenda. This is just for the trustee meeting. We have a joint meeting with the select board coming up in about 45 minutes. But for now, this is just for the trustee meeting. Anyone in the audience who has a comment or question about something that's not on the agenda tonight, and I'll wait about 30 seconds to see if anyone raises their hand.
Annie is asking to be recognized.
Annie. Okay. Annie.
Hi, my
Hi,
dog.
Annie. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry, my dog is barking, so I'm trying to move a little bit.
That's
So,
okay.
I don't know where, I'm just running upstairs. I'm so sorry. I don't know where exactly to put this statement, but I know that it's important that I put it somewhere. And so if this is not the right place, and I'm super nervous.
Don't be nervous. Just go ahead. Lay it on us.
So I don't know where we put something that speaks to, so there has been a new newspaper started. I'm sure you know about it. It's called the Essex Retorter. And the address has been put as the same address as was downtown Essex Junction here. It's the same as anyway, it's over there at downtown. And I understand there's no legal problem, that these are legal things people can do. What I want to speak to is that I feel like at least there should be voice to the fact that people who are sitting on the trustees and the select boards, but of course I'm speaking to you now, have to tolerate and shoulder a great deal of really harsh, unnecessary negativity that does not need to go along with the need to voice opinion. And I just want to say that I don't know. I just want to say out loud that I'm watching it happen, and I feel helpless in the face of it. And I appreciate and value that you guys will sit there, because that is a large part of the reason of why I stepped down from the select board. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, Annie, I appreciate your comments, and I think all of us understand what you're talking about. And unfortunately, it just comes with the territory. If you run for public office, people get to criticize you, and you have to kind of just smile and accept it. So that's what we do.
Yeah, George, can I say one thing in exchange with that, or no?
No, sure. Go ahead.
Where would the public take their voice about this? Let's say I had not joined the select board. Let's say I'm me previous to the select board, because I had this problem then, which is why I ran for the select board. Where would a member of the public who is not involved in government, so I guess we kind of have to take me out of it because I was, where would a member of the public take a frustration as complex as this? What is the path for that frustration? Because
Annie, I don't want to interrupt you, Annie.
No, you're not interrupting me. I'm asking you for your opinion.
Okay, I think the problem is we're kind of drifting off from the a trustee meeting here.
Fair.
And maybe you and I, or we could have a private conversation about that, but I think we're kind of drifting away from the gist of the trustee meeting here. So I think we'll have to move on if you don't mind, but I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
I don't mind. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Anyone else? I'm seeing anybody else have a comment or question for the trustees? And I'm seeing none. Daryl, do you have your hand up, or is that just, you're just here? Okay.
I just joined. I didn't raise my hand, sorry.
Okay, thanks. So with that, I think we will move on to the next portion of the meeting, and that is our business agenda. And I think this brings us to the FY21 village general tax rate. And Sarah, I'm going to ask you to take this over.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, George.
Yep.
It's so nice to see everybody and be seen after a few months of slow internet. I've joined the 21st century here at home. So hi.
Hi.
That's off topic. But tonight I'm here to talk about setting the tax rates for the upcoming year. We had lower than anticipated grand list growth this year. Unfortunately, it was another 0.3% increase, where the historic average, looking at the last 5 or 6 years, has been closer to 1 full percentage. So unfortunately, that means the final tax rate is slightly higher than the estimated amount that we talked about during budget setting time. And I'm thinking hard about maybe coming in with more conservative estimates when we are talking about these things in the coming budget season. When I look at tax rate is set by taking the total grand list adjusted for any active tax stabilization agreements and dividing it by the amount to be raised by the total expenditures, the amount that needs to be raised by taxes, the tax levy, sorry. And that comes up with a tax rate. This year, the tax rate is going to be 0.3302, which is a 3% change over the prior year when it was 0.3206. That's slightly less than 1 penny rate increase, and that would produce approximately a $27 increase on an average home assessed at $280,000. That's just the general fund tax rate. Just as a reminder, this is the last year that the village is assessing I shouldn't say that. This is the final year of the original voter approved agreement to assess the additional 1 penny for economic development. And at the coming village annual meeting, we'll be talking about that again. But that 1 penny is in addition to this general fund tax rate.
Got you.
I'd be happy to answer any questions about the rate setting process or my memo.
Questions, trustees? Amber, Dan, Raj?
No questions.
I actually don't have any questions right now.
Okay. So I think you've laid it out really well here, Sarah. I appreciate the very clear and concise numbers. I don't have any questions. I'll give another minute in case Raj or Amber or Dan have anything to ask, but I'm guessing no. It doesn't look like it.
I'm George.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay. So at this point, I will hear a motion. Do I hear a motion from anyone, any of the trustees?
Point of order that Evan Tyke has his hand raised.
Oh, Evan does. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, George, I was just going to say you may want to ask anybody from the audience if they have any comments. The other thing is, obviously, this is the village tax rate and the village tax rate only.
Right.
This is not the town tax rate, nor is it the school tax rate.
Right.
And I think one of the things you may want to, not to throw the school under the bus, I think that people need to have some sense of what the school rate is, and we are looking to get Brian Donahue to a meeting to explain the rise in the school rate.
Right. I think we got a little bit, I think we had some explanation of that from among the board members from Patrick, but from Pat Murray. But you're right. I think that would be great if considering it was a fairly sizable, not to shock everybody, but it's going to be on the average home, town and village, a $222 increase over last year, which we talk about merger increasing people's taxes by $19, and here we get $222, and that's just for the average home. So it would be good to have Brian come in and explain all this to us. I appreciate that. Thanks.
So you may want to check with the audience and then.
Yep. And which I will do. Anyone in the audience have a question about the village tax rate? Another few seconds. Okay, seeing no hands, then I will go back and ask if anyone has a motion.
I will move that the trustees set the FY21 village general tax rate at 0.3302 cents per $100 of assessed property value.
Second.
Amber seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So there we are. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, so now we are on to a request that was submitted to us by a group of citizens to have a breakdown of village and town expenditures and revenues. And I would like to, if I can, take a shot at it. And Evan, I know you want to talk, so if you don't mind, if you'll just indulge me, I think I would like to.
Mr. Vice Chair, you go right on ahead.
All right, thanks, Evan. I appreciate that. And so this is a request to basically ask where, in terms of the municipal expenditures for the town and the village, where does the money come from and where does the money go? And I think some of the requests are a little complex. Let me give you my take on it. Lauren, back a few years ago, gave us a similar breakdown where she looked at every municipal department or operation in the town and the village, and then showed what the total cost was for that department, its total spending, and then broke it down according to town residential, town commercial, village residential, village commercial, and in village commercial, that should include Global Foundries, because Global Foundries is a village business. And then she also showed non-tax revenues that help fund those individual departments. And she showed them for both the village and the town. And I think that's kind of what's being requested here. We just want to see where the money is coming from and how the money gets spent. I want to look at, if you don't mind me, Evan, continuing, because we both shared this.
Please
and I looked at a few of the other things here. What I'd like to suggest is that we don't put staff in the position of speculating about things. I think that we can ask staff to dig out the numbers and break them down according to the source, as I just explained it. But I think, for example, number 5, that's calling for some speculation about what might happen if the community is separated, and how we might backfill those positions. And I think that's kind of a speculation that it's beyond staff. It's not reasonable for us to ask for staff to make. I would also add that in terms of, I think there was something here about the history of each department, and I can tell you that that's tricky because some of these village and town departments, they just sort of emerged. They just suddenly showed up in minutes and in budgets, and we may not be able to accurately say when a particular department suddenly showed up. So with that, and I would also say that we don't need to consider any shared service. I wouldn't want staff to try to speculate about how we might share a particular cost. If the legislature came down upon us like King Solomon and said, for the good of humankind, we're going to separate the village and town forever, we would probably ask, could we please just continue to share the police department and our administration? But no one's advocating for separation right now. So I don't think we need to speculate on that. I think we're just looking for a breakdown of where the money comes from and how the money gets spent. And with that, Evan, I'll let you, and I also want to add, lastly, and I think all of us very, very much appreciate how much work this is. This is not just a question of cracking open a couple of files and crunching some numbers together. It's a very complex undertaking that's being requested here. And I also understand that this is politically sensitive. This is not where staff wants to be going. And you have done a magnificent job, Evan and Sarah, of trying to hold 10 different elected officials together and try to bring unity and keep us all on the same page. And I know that this sort of thing is not what you want to be doing, but I'll state the obvious that this is public information. And a lot of people have been asking for it for a long time. So I think we just have to bite the bullet and go ahead and do it. And with that, Evan, I'll let you take it over. Thanks.
Never mind.
Thank you. I see Raj has his hand up, and so I don't want to run the meeting. If Raj has something to add before I speak.
No, go ahead, Evan.
So, thank you, Raj. I certainly would let you go first if you want.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
First, I want to say to the residents who submitted this, I'm happy to do requests when possible. This is a lot of work. And before I did it, I wanted it to be directed by a board because it is a lot of work. Some of it's been done before. It needs to be updated. As you mentioned, some of it requires speculation. And I'm uncomfortable with speculation because it can be very inflammatory. And while there are not terribly wild swings, there can be, depending upon how one board or the other would look at how to break down cost. And that's not been discussed since I've been here, so I am concerned for doing that. Other than that, there is the same issue that we have since I've noticed that I've been here, is a fundamental lack of understanding of who is paying for what, how it is being funded, and why certain activities get charged to the village and not, et cetera, et cetera. So I know Sarah is aware of this request. I know that she has some ideas of how to produce the information. I was also concerned with having to go back through history of when something was created, a department or other. The fire department is easy. They have the established date on their insignia. So I'll take that as true. I know the date the town started because I believe they also have it on their insignia. But as you mentioned, other things departments have started mainly by minutes or at a annual meeting. But the other reason why they started is because the community felt a need for it to be there and for it to do a function or a set of functions. And while somebody, the pay and the taxation rate is whatever it is today, it was the initiation of that board and that community at the time, and the perpetuation of those tasks and functions through the years that keep it in place. So just to say that we'll do the work. We are busy. I will say it for Sarah. She is going into audit season. For those who are watching, it's not one audit of the village. It's one audit of the village and one audit of the town at the same time, plus all the other work we're doing. So we will get this done. It will take us a few weeks. And before we get finished, we want to make sure we are actually and completely factual about our numbers, and that things are not done with any speculation. And if they are, we will clearly note what speculation we had to take to make it complete. And if I can turn it over to Sarah for a minute, if she has any else to add to that.
I don't have anything big to add. I do want to say that I appreciate how clear the questions were in this request. Sometimes when we toss this concept around, it feels very big and unwielding, and it's hard for me to get my brain focused on where I would start it. So I do appreciate the work that went into asking very clear questions, and I think that'll make for a good starting point. I also think it's an important task, and we will do our best to prioritize it along with the other things that we're working on right now. So I appreciate your patience and your input along the way.
Thank you, Sarah. Raj, you had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah and Evan. And I'm just going to add, because I've heard from some of the folks in this letter, I think that part of the intention here, and I think we all know, is to present the other scenario of what should the impact of potentially separating be, should merger fail. And I think people just want to know what the financial impact moving forward should we go back, well, not even go back in time, go to a different time, I guess, where these consolidations were not in place, and those positions that have been merged were unmerged. I think people want to have a clear picture of the ramifications of merger failing and the village seeking separation. Not because anybody's advocating for that, but because that sort of clarifies the mind a bit on what's at stake for the entire town should this process not work. And it also puts in focus the benefits of merging and moving forward when everybody can see the same numbers and why this may be beneficial. Maybe we decide it's not, but I think that's sort of where this is coming from, just to make that clear for those that aren't sure why this was started. And I think I certainly appreciate the level of work that's going to go into this, and I appreciate the time frame you presented. That seems fast to me, and that's great. And I suspect there may be more questions that come from this. But I just wanted to say that that's sort of, I think, the intention for many folks, that they want to have a clear place to compare from when they think about merging or not merging.
And Raj, I would also add that, I don't wish government accounting on anyone.
No.
I know Sarah loves it, but she actually likes the auditing more than some of the other stuff. But, we use terms that aren't really used in the wild. We use things like program fund.
Yes.
In everybody's daily life, I don't think the word program fund comes up, right? We know it because it's a recreation term. And really what it is it's the fees that we charge for a program. And it is not money that is taxed, but it is the user fees that we collect. But we use this term program fund, and we throw it around every day because that's our language. But to the resident and somebody else, they have no idea what we're talking about. And so it gets confusing as to who's paying for what and what's covered by taxes, what's covered by fees, what's covered by revenue, et cetera, et cetera. So this would also be an opportunity for us to maybe use this information and explain a little further how things in our community and villages and town outside the village actually pay for things.
Well, and as you were speaking, I thought of two things. You know, this would be a great use of a very, very brief glossary and perhaps slight narrative on some of this. I know that it's not that big a ask because Sarah's still smiling and she just looks excited to do this. She's so excited. Look at her.
Oh, I think that's her suppressing a scream.
Yeah, okay.
It's different now that I have video. I have to present my happy face.
There you go.
I think I love government accounting. I would love to do all of that, and I hope that I'm able to layer it in as best I can. I do, and I really don't want this to come across as an excuse. But I am going to tell you, we're wrapping up the end of the fiscal year. We're prepping for 2 budgets. We're implementing the budget program. We're doing a chart of accounts overhaul. We're preparing for 2 audits and 2 financial statement reporting periods. And then Courtney and I both are getting geared up for 3 days a week of remote learning for our combined 3 children under the age of 10. So yeah, it's important, and we're going to make it happen. It may not be the textbook, version, but I will do my best to explain things that are esoteric.
I think that's great, Sarah, and I think you all threw out a 3-week time frame. I don't think anybody would balk if you needed to adjust that for reality. So you don't need to have a time frame tonight, I would say. So
we don't. Evan just was on a roll.
Okay.
Thanks, and we accept every extra day we're given.
Okay. Other trustees, Amber, Dan, any questions, comments, thoughts about this?
No questions or comments.
All I'll say is that it's something I've been bringing up for years. And I think there's a lack of understanding in the community as a whole, not just with the people within the village, the town within the village, but the town outside the village, town as a whole, are unaware of the tax breakdown and how things are paid and where the money comes from. And I brought it up that I think, what was it, last year, Sarah, you did the display with water and showing the difference that the revenue that comes from the village and the town, and you had, I think, 2 large jugs of water. And I asked for that information back then if we had the information about what it would be like if we were to separate the cost of the town outside the village, cost inside the village, various implications, tax rate, and such. But anyhow, I think it's important to get it and have people eyes wide open going into this vote, maybe in November if we go forward with it or whatever happens. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm actually going to make a motion here, and we can second it and maybe have a little bit more discussion. And I noticed, Evan, you have a recommendation here, but I want to try to be a little more specific. And I'd say that we want complete and accurate calculations, but I would say that we request the staff provide a financial breakdown of village and town municipal expenditures and revenue sources according to town and village residential and commercial sources, with Global Foundries to be included in the village commercial source. as a village commercial source. Does that make sense?
I defer to Sarah.
Does that make sense to you, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay.
As
And-
I saw that you had sent what Lauren had prepared in the past
Right.
earlier today, and now that makes sense. So I can dig that up, and I think that helps to answer some of these questions, and I'll see how I can work down the list as well.
Okay. Do I have a second on my motion?
Can you,
Second.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I apologize. I lost half of that.
Yes, I'm going to make a request that staff provide a financial breakdown of village and town municipal expenditures and revenue sources according to town and village residential and commercial sources, and with village residential to include Global Foundries.
Not village residential, village commercial, but I second.
Village commercial, sorry, right.
Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Dan seconds. And let me say two things. I only keep focusing on Global Foundries because for some reason the last time Lauren broke out Global Foundries separate. She listed it as a village revenue source, but she listed it separately, and I didn't see the need to do that. It seemed like an extra piece of work. And speaking of Lauren, Sarah, we just saw her the other day, and boy, if you're looking for help, maybe she'd look like a little part-time job. Maybe she could help you out with this.
I do. I have some of her hours in the budget. I don't have a workstation for her right now, but we can on that. I know you have some public that want to talk as well, George.
Right.
Just
I know. We'll get to them in a moment.
Did Dan Curran second that, or I just want to double check?
Yes, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, George, Annie is looking to speak.
Okay. I guess that's okay. Yeah, Annie, go ahead. Annie?
Actually, I just know of another community member that wanted to speak, and I think that I was just nervous that we were going to skip this part. But I do want to say, George, that what you just said solidified a lot for me. And I just want to support what George said. And Evan, I want to push you a bit that we are very clear. And I know that Sarah wants to go there too, because I understand the amount of work, but I think let's stop saying that and trust Sarah. And yeah, so it's hard for me to figure out where I'm supposed to be in this conversation, so I'm struggling. So thank you, but I know that there's other members of the public that wanted to be heard that I knew of, and so I was just making sure that we didn't forget this piece. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands raised, but that's probably my fault.
No hands raised.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so with a motion on the table, and no one else looking to speak, I will move to the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So there we have it. Thank you. And so I am going to now move on, and I'm going to try to very quickly summon up the slide presentation, and just bear with me, everybody. Greg showed me how to do this, and so and I'm hoping everybody can see this, and it's coming up now. Come on, guys. And if this doesn't work, okay. Looks like we're doing it. All right.
There you go. That's coming
Nice
up.
job.
Yeah, here you are.
Everyone good?
Yep,
Can everyone see this?
yes.
Okay, and so I know we have a meeting with the select board coming up fairly soon, so I'm going to try to, I had planned a long presentation. I'm going to try to, again, just rush right through it. But I'm going to start off by saying, and if anyone can't hear me, just interrupt me, or if there's something not clear. Back a while ago, I had wanted to have a planning and development summit for the village and the town to talk about planning as we contemplate merger and how we might want to structure things, and if there is anything we'd want to put in our charter prior to merger. But I also wanted to raise some issues that I think both the boards need to be thinking about. We unfortunately, and much to my frustration, have had virtually no discussion about planning or development or economic development in this whole course of developing a merger charter, which in my mind was probably the most important thing we should have all been talking about, but that's just me. So I want to just quickly start by showing where we are right now. And where we are right now is we have basically two completely independent planning and development organizations. That doesn't mean we don't like each other and we don't talk to each other and we don't try to work together when we can. But basically, the town has it does everything outside the dark blue circle. They basically have a community development office that manages community development for what I would say is a suburban community of 11,000 people. The village has a office that manages development for a village downtown kind of urbanized community for 15,000 people. And so the challenge is, how do we bring these two together? They have never worked together formally, and the town has no experience working inside the village. So what are some of the challenges and what are some of the opportunities? And I'm going to go to the next slide. The first thing that comes to my mind, and one of the things we should be talking about, is looking at two centers. Essex, obviously Essex Junction is in the green circle. Essex Town is in the blue circle, the Essex Town Center. As we know, the green circle, Essex Junction, comprises one of the major population hubs for Chittenden County. Within the green circle, I estimated, don't ask me how, about half of the village's residential units, homes, condos, townhouses, apartments. All residences are interconnected by sidewalks and bike lanes, and they all lead to the central downtown area. The Essex Town Center in the blue circle is a growing transportation hub, but I think we can quickly look at the two and see that it's decades away from achieving the kind of population density that's in the village. And I would also note that if you look at the configuration of the state highways, they circumvent the center as opposed to in the village where the state highways converge in the center. And the state highways in the town center basically form almost a moat or a barrier to the kind of pedestrian connectivity that you would have typically in a more urbanized setting like Essex Junction or Winooski. The town center also, as we all know, has significant environmental constraints and sewer access constraints. So just to focus on the village center for a second, here's a comparison of 4 communities we're familiar with. Winooski's in the orange circle, St. Albans in the yellow circle, Essex Junction in the blue circle, and our state capital in the gray circle. And I make the note that if Essex Junction separated from the town, it would be the 4th largest city by population in the state. And I realize that towns like Williston and Colchester and Shelburne have larger populations than Essex Junction at 11,000. But typically when incorporated villages break away from towns, they become cities. And that's what happened with Winooski and St. Albans and Rutland. So this is just to give a sense really to show that when we're talking about Essex Junction, we're really talking about a Vermont scale city. And with a Vermont scale city, with a little city, you have to make, there are certain things that happen. You have to make certain priorities on your board, certain political priorities and financial priorities that probably don't always arise on a suburban board or a board that's dealing with, that doesn't have a significant downtown. So I'm going to just to quickly sort of get to those. And so what do we mean by more political capital? You need to invest political capital if you have a downtown. And here's an example. In the 7-year period from 2013 to 19, the trustees had 116 business items on their agendas relating to community development, things like real estate purchases, Crescent Connector, multi-use path. That's about 50% of our meetings. It averages out to that. I looked at other communities like Winooski, St. Albans, Shelburne, Williston, and those communities with more dense downtowns tend to be like Essex Junction. They tend to have more community development focus on their agendas than those that do not. And so this poses one of the first big questions that I think is interesting for us to share with the select board. If we look at the select board agenda over the same time period, they don't have a similar focus on community development. It doesn't have quite the same priority. It doesn't mean they don't care about it, but I think it points to a difference of board culture. And so as we contemplate merger, how would we overcome, if we bring those two board cultures together, what would be some of the challenges we want to be thinking about before we merge? Second, again, making the second point, that having a small urbanized center, a downtown, requires some specific financial capital investment. And these are examples that I pulled out. Back a while ago, the village loaned CVE the necessary match funds for them to procure a $1 million federal earmark. They had a federal earmark, but they couldn't make the match, so we loaned it to them from our fund balance. That helped amplify the impact of their earmark because we were able to integrate the upgrade of the front of CVE and the sidewalk with the Pearl Street upgrade that we were doing. As the trustees know, we recently purchased 33 spaces of public parking in a privately owned garage that's currently under construction. We acquired the Park Street School from the school district in anticipation of enabling construction of 44 units of affordable senior housing. Very recent example, we purchased the front of the road rescue property, and hopefully we're soon going to have a public charrette for designing a little pocket park there. And I only highlight these because, again, they kind of highlight that you need to have a kind of an entrepreneurial approach to development, again, that you see in other communities with downtowns that I don't think is familiar territory with the select board. Back a while ago, there was discussion on the select board about returning the fund balance to taxpayers. It would only give everybody a few bucks, but it was said, maybe this is the right thing to do. And, for the village, here we are taking the fund balance and investing it, loaning it out, of course, getting it paid back. We're not doing anything inappropriate, but we kind of a different approach to how we have to do things. So here is our downtown improvement plan, designed 5 corners. And again, virtually every community with a significant downtown has some kind of a specific downtown plan that, yes, it's incorporated into their overall municipal plan, but they usually pull it out and they commit specific resources to accomplishing it. In our downtown plan, Design 5 Corners, first of all, it embodies the values of heart and soul. It was also itself a 3-month public engagement charrette. It also incorporates our land development code and comprehensive plan, both of which have a lot of had a lot of public input, and we've made a lot of progress towards achieving this. And I think one thing I'd like to really highlight is that the progress we've made has all been done with private investment, local economic development revenue, our very modest local economic development fund, and state highway funds. Other communities like Winooski, St. Albans, South Burlington, with downtowns they're trying to redevelop, they take out loans, they use TIFs, which have been essentially our loans. And so I think it's pretty significant that we've been doing this all with private investment. And what that says to me, and is the reason it's so important, it says that the developers and investors want to be here. We're doing something right. they like working with us, and they like our vision for the downtown, and that's so important. So we'll go on to the next slide. And here I'm going to highlight it again. Our downtown plan is part of has been incorporated into our municipal plan, and it had a third-party engineering analysis. And so I'm posing to the trustees for us to consider that prior to entering into a merger agreement, prior to entering merger discussions, do we not want to make sure that we have the pieces in place to make sure that our downtown development continues? It's been very successful. It represents an enormous amount of community resources and public input. And so what do we want to do to ensure that it continues prior to having any formal merger agreement? And what comments or thoughts might the town have? But wait a second, I think I lost it here. Okay. And I lost it. I lost the slideshow.
George, you want me to pull it back up for you?
Yeah, please. I'm sorry. It just sort of disappeared. I guess maybe I wasn't moving quick enough. No, that's something else. Okay, hang on. I'll try to get it up, Greg, myself too.
Yeah, I'm working on it too.
Hang on. Sorry, folks.
See it now?
No. Mine's going to be coming up. Hang on, I got it. It just came back. I don't know why it got knocked off. Okay, hang on. Okay, so here's actually the main point that I was trying to get through this entire slideshow. So I looked at how other communities, larger Essex-sized communities, have organized their planning and development offices and their organizations. And when I said at the beginning, we have two small planning and development organizations, how would we bring them together to create one large organization? And I looked at Burlington, South Burlington, and Rutland. And here, just very quickly, Burlington has a community and economic development director, a planning director, a principal planner, and a community housing and opportunity CHOP team leader. They have a DRB and a planning commission, but what's fascinating to me is they have a downtown improvement district per charter. They have put it right into their Burlington municipal charter. Church Street Marketplace District is in their charter. They have a comprehensive plan, downtown plan, waterfront plan, South End plan. South Burlington has approached it a little differently. Oops, hang on, Greg. Now I got you. Okay, South Burlington is community development director, planning and zoning director, city planner, development review planner. They have a DRB and a planning commission, and they have two TIFs, not one, tax increment finance districts. They have a comprehensive plan, a city center project, and a Williston Road streetscape project. Rutland, as a very economically challenged little city in the western part of the state, has gone all in on redevelopment, and they simply have a redevelopment authority that's outlined in their charter. And the director of the authority is basically the overall community development director and economic development director. And they also have a zoning administrator. They have a DRB and a planning commission. And by charter, their redevelopment authority does planning, grant administration, grand list, and job development. They leverage their downtown designation to do downtown improvements, and they also handle blighted properties. And then I thought it would be interesting to look at Little Rockingham and Bellows Falls down in the southern part of the state. They're still a a village and town arrangement. And they have a development director. The town planner is also the manager for the village and the town, so wears two hats. They have a DRB, a planning commission, but they also have a village design review board. They have kept their zoning districts separate for the village and the town. They have a town comprehensive plan, but interestingly, they have a Bellows Falls Area Development Corporation for the village, and they also have a Village Downtown Development Alliance. And the three points that I want to just take home from this are, number one, there's tremendous flexibility to set up your organization to meet what you perceive are the needs, the specific needs. There's no one formula that works for everybody. Number two, communities with downtowns commit specific resources, and they take those plans out of their comprehensive plan and commit specific resources to accomplishing them. Number three, virtually all the progressive large communities in the state have development review boards and planning commissions. That's the model we're thinking of moving to, and right now it pretty much seems like a no-brainer. And so, Greg, you're in control of the board, so do you want to move on to the next one? So I took I'm almost wrapping up here, folks. So I took a quick shot at what, and this is just completely, I'm not saying this is what we should do, but this is an example of the kind of organization that we could put in place if we merged. We could have a community and economic development director, a principal planner, a village redevelopment director, a development review planner, someone who interfaces between the government and applicants and the development review board, and a zoning administrator. I'd suggest that obviously we move to a DRB and a planning commission, and I would say that we highlight the design five corners. I believe, with all respect to the select board, I think the ETC plan needs to be pulled out and be given and designated specific resources if you really want to see it happen. And then I think we would have our integrated town and village municipal plans. Let's move on to the next slide. Craig, thanks. Okay, you're gonna have to scroll it up a little bit. So I'm gonna just end quickly with some questions here. So right now we have completely separate full-time development zoning staffs. There's no overlap or duplication of effort, contrary to what some folks believe. And the merger is not going to reduce the overall volume of development and zoning work that's currently being done. So maintaining our current work output means maintaining our current staffing. So the question prior to merger would be, do we all agree that we want to maintain the current workload that we're doing? Do we want to continue doing all the projects that we're doing? And if not, we need to identify what are those things that we would sacrifice. This is important because a lot of other town and village departments, like the fire department, recreation, and libraries, they're very much in the public eye. And so if we said we were going to eliminate a rec department or eliminate a fire department, people would say, oh, there'd be a lot of complaining and a lot of concern, but community development tends to be one of those administrative things. It happens, it's stuff going on in front of computers, it's people in offices and meetings. And so someone might get the idea that perhaps for simplicity or to save money, we could eliminate some of our present community development and planning operation. And I would argue that if you were to do that, there's no overlap, and we would be missing some essential work that's being done that would no longer be done. So next slide, please, Greg. Just two more, folks, and then I'm finished. Okay, so I'm making the point, as I showed with our Design Five Corners plan. We've cultivated excellent relations with developers, investors, business owners, railroad officials, state officials for the last 15 years. Good working relations is essential if you're going to do for a downtown development. It's really, really critical to be constantly in conversation and have good relations with all these people who are invested in your downtown. And so again, how are we going to continue those things in a post-merger environment? Do we understand the value of those things, and how would we sustain them in a post-merger environment? And the last slide, please, Greg. And along the same lines, this is obviously for the trustees. The select board would probably have their own questions, but again, I'm saying Design Five Corners represents a huge investment by this community. It's very successful. It is our downtown plan. And so what staffing and resources do we want to put towards continuing our downtown redevelopment? What does the select board think? What does town development and staff think about our downtown plan? Do they agree with it? Do they like it? Do they want to see it changed? Do they want to have some other priorities? So again, these are the kinds of conversations that I think that we should be having. These are the kinds of conversations I wanted to bring to the table when we talked earlier about having a planning summit between the select board, the trustees, and our planning staffs. And with that, I will wrap it up. And if anyone has questions, I'm happy to take them. Thanks.
George, this is Evan. I might maybe a suggestion. You might want to open it to the audience first.
Yep.
And then take questions from electeds.
I can do that. So anyone from the audience have a question or a comment? And I'm not seeing any.
There's someone in chat. Let's see what that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, give it a few more seconds and.
Kathy's got her hand raised.
I
Okay.
do. George, can you send me those slides by chance? They were very well done.
Yes,
and
I
they
can.
could be helpful with the minutes.
Yep, I can absolutely do that, Kathy. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well,
Other questions?
George, it's Raj. I don't have any questions. I think that was really complete and a lot to think about. And yeah, I appreciate you putting the time into it. I want to go back and kind of look through them again and try to digest some of that.
Yeah.
Your presentation, but it'd be great if we could talk about this again in the not too distant future.
Right. I started sketching this out before the pandemic hit. I had anticipated that this is something that we would do, and I guess maybe my bringing it here was a little bit of a frustration that we never were able to get it out. But I keep talking about it as something that I really think would be a great conversation for us to have with the select board at some point in the not too distant future. I would like to get their take on this, and I'd like to get their view on community development. I think it might help refocus both boards on some more important things than what we're dealing with right now.
Well, I think the other thing it does is I think there's a lot of feeling, perhaps it seems like there's a lot of feeling in the town outside the village that if we merge, that the village is just going to sprawl out. All this development is just going to rush out into the town outside the village over the next number of years. And I think what this sort of points to is the fact that that's not what we've been working towards.
No.
And not at least at least from I think the village point of view, it very much is preserving what's here and infill and making sure that can be developed in a thoughtful way and not with sprawl in mind. So I think, that conversation continuing will perhaps, put some folks at ease that there's no intention of having that occur with merger. Right. But just wanted to point that out.
All right. Good thoughts there, Raj. Thank you. Evan, did you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you. I'm going to turn my camera on. George, first, I thank you for putting all this work together. I hear a couple of points. And I want to clarify something. You're asking as a priority in a merged community, is downtown a priority? All the work that the village has put in, you get merged. Now you're not really in charge of the downtown, but it's still part of the community and there's still a lot of work to be done. Where does it sit in priority? Right. Downtowns, for the people who work in this business, downtowns need a lot of attention or they die. Yes. They need a lot of investment or they flounder. And that's because of their density, usually their age of their infrastructure, possibly lack of parking. and the rents needed to sustain business in those areas. So I get those points. I don't want to get the inference that the select board didn't pay attention to the village downtown. It was not in their purview. They always had the village watching your own downtown. I think if they were in charge of it, things maybe they would pay a little bit more attention to it. But I understand that point.
Right.
The other last point, a couple points, the town has been developing the Route 15 corridor. That's because it's a transportation corridor, and that's where the sewer core of the town is. And for the people at home, sewer core means that's where sewer service is available. If without sewer, you cannot have density. Density belongs in transportation corridors, just like the village's downtown is at transportation corridors to a 15, Maple Street, 117. Those are the transportation corridors. So that's where you see a lot of density. It also has sewer and water service in that area. Therefore, you would put your density there. So I appreciate all of this. And the last point, I think I hear you saying, and maybe you can clarify, is in this potentially merged community, is there a sense that the village the former village district would continue to work on its downtown for the betterment of the community? Right. The town would continue to work on its Route 15 corridor in the Essex center area. And then also commitments that these are priorities.
Yes.
And that's where the money and effort should flow.
Right.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the point, Evan, is that what I've seen is you can't just have a downtown plan and stick it into your comprehensive plan. You need to highlight it and you need to prioritize it. Right. And I did not mean to imply that the select board doesn't care, but I think that it understanding the challenges of having a downtown as small as it is, a Vermont scale downtown, it helps clarify some of the issues around merger. For example, we have a wonderful large municipal library, and it's great to have it, and it's a great benefit for the community, and we love providing it. But there's also a hidden agenda. We learned years ago through studies that having a large municipal library, having the Brownell Library, brings lots of people to the village center who spend lots of money at our businesses in the village center, and those businesses pay taxes to the town and the village. So if you want to, you get a return on your investment. Having something like the Brownell Library, and this is just one example, where we put money into it to maintain it. We're also, yes, it's a great community benefit, but we're also looking at how does this help sustain and revitalize the local economy, which provides us with our tax revenues. Mm-hmm. So you got to be you got to be thinking a little bit on a couple of different levels. And I just wanted this is an important, these kinds of things are important to talk about as we approach consolidation of services and so forth.
Okay. I caught your, we're having a little dialogue. Sorry for everybody. These are the takeaways I took from your presentation. And I think, from my professional experience, the town and the village can have both, and both can thrive, and both need each other.
Right.
Because the same people who live in the Route 15 corridor are going to shop at the Essex Experience, and they're going to eat and shop in our downtown, and vice versa. Because the Essex Experience, as it is growing and revitalizing itself, is a value to both of our communities, because it's also both in our tax base as well. And by the way, it'll be very exciting to see both developments as they get back on their feet.
Yes. Very good points, Evan, and thank you very much. I'll leave it open. Anyone else have a question? Because I think we have the select board waiting and we want to move on. So if I'm not seeing any other hands up or questions, and anyone else, this is your last chance. So I'm going to move on to the next part of the agenda, which is a resolution in appreciation of Chief Rick Gary. And if you don't mind, I'll just read it very quickly, Evan. Is that okay?
Please do.
Whereas Rick P. Gary was hired as a police officer for the town of Essex on June 5th, 1989, and whereas Rick retired on July 17th, 2020, and whereas Rick has concluded more than 31 years of dedicated service to the Essex community, and whereas Rick has served the Essex Police Department and the Vermont law enforcement community exceptionally well for decades as an officer, command staff, and chief of police, and whereas Rick supervised and mentored many subordinates as a commander and chief of police, and whereas Rick has served as a dispatcher, a patrol officer, a detective, and was promoted to corporal, sergeant, the town's IT director, lieutenant, captain, and finally chief. And whereas Rick has been a part of several major criminal investigations during his tenure at the Essex Police that greatly impacted the safety and welfare of the communities of Essex and citizens of Vermont, now be it resolved that the Select Board, Board of Trustees, and Unified Manager, on behalf of the citizens of the Essex community, hereby extend our gratitude to Rick for his many years of service to the people of Essex. Adopted this day, 20 July 2020, and I know that was you presented this to Rick at his retirement ceremony last week, which was a great ceremony, and we a little warm, but nevertheless great, and we really appreciated that, Evan. Thanks. And so I guess you're asking. I'm assuming we're all just going to sign this. I don't think there's a motion here, Evan. Is there?
I would like a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
And then we will send it around for electronic signature or
Okay.
signature.
Trustees, do I hear trustee? Do I hear a motion to accept the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Amber seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'm not sure if Dan was in here or not, but Bree makes it.
I
Okay, Dan was there. Great. So, and you can send it around, or maybe just get our electronic signatures.
Shall do.
And let me see. And before we move on to the consent agenda, approving the consent agenda, I just want to see if there are any trustee comments or concerns about anything, any questions or other issues that any of the trustees want to raise.
So I just bring up that we're likely to discuss whether we want to bring out or include any items that were in the proposed charter for inclusion on the 2020 November ballot with the Select Board, and we haven't had a chance as a board to talk about that individually. I didn't know if anybody wanted that opportunity now before we did it as the Select Board. From my understanding, had that conversation the last time they met. And like I said, we're about to talk about that as a joint boards. But does anybody feel like that warrants a conversation for the trustees?
Amber,
Or are we comfortable having that conversation the first time with the Select Board?
Amber's shaking her head, and I'm not seeing Dan. So Dan, are you?
no.
I mean, my only response, Raj, is that I think that we've tried to create an atmosphere of working together. I'm concerned about us getting into taking unilateral actions as separate boards. Sometimes we have to. There are only trustee issues or select board issues, but I think we've tried really hard to work together, and I hope we don't get into a situation where one board or the other is taking unilateral actions that impact merger or affect merger. And I know some of the things that the Select Board was talking about last time. Frankly, I would say that they would impact merger. And I'm hoping that they don't go that way, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and my intention is not to promote a unilateral action. It's to just offer an opportunity to discuss it.
Right.
It's a different dynamic, to be honest, when we're having, because we don't have our own time to speak as a board.
Right.
It's back and forth, different boards, and sometimes with the topics like this, it can be less than efficient, and that's not intended as a dig. I just thought maybe we'd want to talk about it and see where we were. Don't have to, for sure, and certainly no decision would be made because we haven't warned anything. And I don't even have a direction I want to go with it. I just wanted to see if anybody felt the same way.
Well, we could always, depending on what happens tonight, we can always, prioritize this discussion at our very next trustee meeting in August. It was occurring to me tonight that in the old days, the trustees and the select board used to pretty much take summer off. I'm wondering, that might not be a bad idea. But I hate to just keep piling on meetings. But certainly what you're suggesting, Raj, is something that we could get to. We could prioritize it at our next trustee meeting if we felt it was necessary.
Yeah, let's see how tonight goes.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And is everybody good with the consent agenda? And do I hear a motion?
I move the consent agenda.
Give it to Dan.
Oh,
I heard Dan.
Yep, give it to Dan and I'll second it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I'll only make the comment that the item number 1 in the consent agenda is exactly the kind of thing we were just talking about in terms of our downtown. I understand it's in response to the pandemic, but again, it's the kind of little investment that you have to make for downtown in order to maintain that downtown vitality. So with that, I think that wraps up our trustee meeting. Unless there's anything else. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn and we can move on to our meeting with the select board.
Not adjourn.
Okay, then I'm sorry, we're not adjourning. We're just moving on to our meeting with the select board.
Yes.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Elaine.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you too.
I'm going to take a quick attendance. I see Andy Watts, Don Hill Fleury, Pat Murray, Vince Franco, are you on the meeting? Okay, don't see Vince.
I think he said he was on vacation this week.
Oh, okay. Great. I'm afraid I'd missed that. So, okay. But we do have quorum, which is fine. So I will call the select board portion of the meeting to order. And George, would you like to run the festivities or shall I? What is your preference?
No, you know what, Elaine, I'm happy to assist since you're probably more proficient and experienced with managing the hands being raised on the thing. I'm not really quite getting it here. So I'll let you manage that and I will I'll jump in when necessary. Thanks.
Okay. So I will ask if there are any agenda additions or changes, or if any board members wish to take a consent agenda item off the consent agenda.
Staff does have one addition or one change to the agenda. The minutes that were included in your packet were the incorrect set of minutes. We accidentally put in an older version that hadn't been edited yet. So you should have received the updated version, and staff is presenting the most corrected, up-to-date version of the minutes for June 23rd and June 29th and July 6th.
Thank you, Greg. Were there any other changes to the agenda? Do any board members wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? Okay, then I will accept a motion to approve the amended agenda from the select board.
So moved.
Thank you, Pat. Is there a second? Andy or Dawn, would you like to second that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Andy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the select board has approved the amended agenda. George?
Yes, and for the trustees, do I hear approval of the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Amber seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yep.
Next is business item 4, public to be heard. This is for comments from the public on items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak, would you please indicate either by raising your hand in the toolbar or making a comment in the chat that you wish to speak. And I see that Ken Signorello has raised his hand. Please go ahead.
How does my microphone sound? It fell on the floor today. Does it sound okay?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody taking some time to hear me. Can you believe it? It was, I wouldn't recognize any of you folks a year ago. Didn't know any of your names. Wouldn't recognize you if I bumped into you on the street. Except maybe for Evan. I think I met him at a meet and greet that he did over at Sweet Alchemy. So the first meeting I went to was almost exactly a year ago today. It was a governance subcommittee meeting. I think they were putting together the contents of the focus group, if I recall correctly. Evan, you might remember, I think we talked about an alternative to be put on that in those materials that never materialized. Since then, during the course of the year, I've learned quite a bit. I've learned about our history. I've learned that hearing is not the same as listening. And I've learned that honesty is a rare commodity. So I know we're running very, very late, and I'm going to try to talk about this last one very briefly and keep it short. So I've seen this problem manifest itself in 3 ways. And first is not really voicing true concerns and goals. That seems to be correcting itself a bit of late, which is great. Not naming things or naming things in a creative way, and sometimes providing half-truths. So what do I mean by not sharing true feelings or true goals and concerns? I think the last trustee meeting was a perfect example. At that meeting, after a whole year, I think I heard true heartfelt feelings and goals. It was a little bit painful, but yeah, it was the real deal, no question about it. And I appreciated that very, very much. Just imagine for a minute that if a year ago, some of those feelings had been expressed that I heard at that last trustee meeting, not just now, but a week ago, where would we be? Some of those were real showstoppers. Would we be spending time and money now hammering out the fine details of a new charter? Now, you still, at this moment, don't really have agreement on some of the most fundamental and heartfelt issues about development and taxation. And yet, you meet, you spend legal fees, you consume many, many hours to prepare a charter for a presumed merger. This feels to me a little bit like the build it and they will come model. Sorry, Dawn. Oh, she can't hear me, I think. Build it and they will come model. Unfortunately, that was just a movie. So next, creative naming. So what do I mean by that? Remember what the tax shift was called? The tax shift that comes with a merger. It was called tax equity or tax fairness. Now, those terms kind of imply that taxes that everyone pays and have the chance to vote for or against are somehow not fair. Well, this feels like a clever way to make those who voted for less taxes feel that they owe those who voted for more. Partner, that's a new one that's just popped up lately. You know, when two parties are negotiating a merger or any deal for that matter, they're really called counterparties.
Ken, I'm sorry, this is George. And I appreciate your sincerity and I appreciate your words, but if you're going to do, I'm seeing you've got a big presentation there.
No, it's just about 1.5 minutes more.
Okay, I just wasn't sure where you were going.
I'm cutting it. Trust me.
Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it looked to me like you were ramping up.
Don't get scared. Don't get scared. It's okay.
Oh, I'm not scared at all. Trust me.
About the length.
About nothing.
This charter is a sort of a partnership agreement, but we're not quite partners yet. When you prematurely call yourselves partner, it makes it seem as though the deal is done and everything else is just pro forma. Finally, half-truths. Focusing on only the positive and minimizing or not even mentioning the negatives is just not acceptable. Not when you're dealing with things that could impact somebody's actual finances. It's crucial that you communicate the whole story. So for example, there's the regularly touted out savings of millions of dollars from consolidation. That's all true. I don't dispute it. But the unstated implication, of course, is that there's more savings to be had. But what you don't say, except in less public forums, is that additional savings are unlikely. The low-hanging fruit has already been eaten. So you need to at least qualify that with something like, it's a past performance is no guarantee of future results. Finally, the elevator speech. Why was that so difficult to develop? Now, I'm going to submit that it was because you didn't really want to tell the whole truth. The question always was, why merge? The stock answer was, we'll be stronger together. Not what I thought was the true answer, which was to spread village taxes across the whole town. So when you don't communicate the whole truth, instead of convincing others why your fully expressed position is the right thing to do, you end up engaging in what is perceived to be a con. Everyone knows the old saying, you can fool all the people some of the time. Conclusion. Be honest about your concerns and goals. Do this, and you can discover if an agreement is even reachable before you spend time and money. Call things what they are. When people feel they're being gaslighted, you lose all credibility. Tell the whole story. If there's going to be a cost or a negative consequence, tell us now, not when we're on the honeymoon. One more thing, and this is kind of useful, I think, I hope, anyway, a good suggestion. There's a negotiating concept called BATNA. It stands for Best Alternative to a Negotiated Agreement. Maybe some of you have heard of it. Assuming that you really are negotiating counterparties and not already partners, and the rest of us just don't know it, knowing your BATNA, and more importantly, that of your counterparty, it can clarify the consequences of no deal and potentially save lots of money and time. So I'm just going to end with quoting a local character. You've been spreading manure for so long, yeah, I can't smell it anymore. That's it. Thanks, folks.
Okay, I see that Annie Cooper would like to speak.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to be heard. I guess I would like to, I spoke during the trustee meeting and I felt very strongly that I needed to speak out loud to my community about a lot of negativity in our community. And I'm feeling right now like I don't need to do that because I saw and I do see that the work that the boards are doing is so positive and so beautiful that I am just here to say I am grateful to be a part of our community and thank you for the hard work that you did.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the first business item, 5A, interview for the Housing Commission. I believe Rupesh Asher is waiting in the wings. Hi, Rupesh. You're muted.
Rupesh here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good, great.
Rupesh,
yeah,
thank you again. Oh, thank you for waiting for us, and thank you also.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you also for stepping up to be a member of another commission. or a different board in our community. I really appreciate your doing that. We are, as you know, looking for members of a housing commission, a joint village and town housing commission. So why don't you take a moment to tell us briefly about why you've decided to apply to this board and what you hope to accomplish as a member?
Well, first of all, I looked at the purpose and the mission of the Housing Commission, of why we are doing what we are doing. And it really sat down and settled my mind. And I said, well, this is something of interest and something of value that I can add as a member and give back to my community whatever knowledge I have on housing. And I've lived here for the last 20 years. I moved from, Manchester, Vermont, and during fall here in Chittenden County. And I was staying in hotels. I didn't have housing at that time. And started my, Winchester place. Even getting a place for renting was hard at that time. So it's a long history, but I think I can contribute as a member for the Housing Commission and make impact to the community.
Thank you. Board members, I'll open it up to you. Does anyone have questions for Rupesh? Rupesh, is there anything in particular about the housing situation in our community that you're specifically interested in answering? And I see Andy just raised his hand, so he can go next.
Sorry, Elaine, were you asking a question? I don't want to interrupt yours.
I know, I apologize. I started asking a question before I saw your hand go up.
No, my hand went up after you started, so.
Oh, okay. So my question is there anything in particular, Rupesh, that you see in our community regarding housing that you really want to pay attention to and you want to address?
At the moment, I think there is a affordable housing crunch for sure. Well, the interest rates are down and I can understand that. But definitely there is a need for affordable housing in this area, and I think that's something we can definitely, as a commission, address on how to address that.
Great, Andy, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi Rupesh, good to see you again. So my question is related to climate change and the likelihood that any effort to try to address it will make transportation costs more expensive. And wondering if you have any thoughts about how that might affect housing trends, both in densely populated areas and in rural areas.
I really didn't get your question. Are you worried about the transportation causing pollution, or
no, about it just making it more expensive to live in a rural area potentially? So because you have to, if you live in a rural area, you generally have to drive more, right? So it's likely to become more expensive to live away from a population center. Just wondering if you have any thoughts about how that may affect housing trends, where people choose to live, or.
Right. Well, transportation is a key. If we have good transportation system and nearby housing, it will help the economic activity itself. And increasing the cost, I'm really not sure how. With electric vehicles and other things in place, how that will increase the cost of transportation. I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, definitely will bring the challenges of transportation if we have a high density area. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other board members? George, please.
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Rupesh, just to get to take it a little differently. you've been living here for quite a while. What are some of your favorite things about living here? What do you like best about this community? And what are some of the things you might like to see a little different? And it doesn't have to just be housing.
Well, what do I like about the community? It's really a close community, okay? And I love living here because of, it's a safe place, great place to raise a family. Outing activities are great in summertime as well as wintertime. So it's something that the area is really good. And what kind of different things I would like to see is I would like to see more business activities in the area. And with bringing business, you will need housing as well. Again, it goes hand. If you bring housing, you will bring the businesses, affordable housing, and business will invest, and the area will grow. So it's something that I'm really would like to see more things to do for my kids. In wintertime, places to go. I heard you guys talking about downtown Essex. Yes, people go to Burlington to get pizza place, or we would like to see those kind of more inclusive approach that I can just bike to Essex experience and get the activities, business activities or recreational activities in the area.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Rupesh? Okay, well, I think I'm not sure if you're aware of our process, Rupesh, but we have 2 additional applicants that I believe are on the agenda for next week. And once they are interviewed, we will have another discussion on appointing people. Greg, do I have that correct?
We are going to be interviewing some people next week. I actually think we have at least 6 candidates.
Wow.
From, yep. In addition to Rupesh. So yeah, we have good response, and should be a hard choice for the boards.
Okay, so Rupesh, we'd appreciate your patience while we finish that process, and
no
we will let you know as soon as we've made some decisions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for stepping up. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay. So that process continues. I'm so happy to hear there's so many applicants. That's excellent news. The next business item is 5B. Discuss Select Board and Board of Trustees priority issues related to merger to create a list for future work and prioritization. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of this business item is for us to make sure all of the burning questions we have are still on a list to be discussed. So I would open it up to board members to tell us what those questions and concerns are. Are there aspects of the draft charter that we haven't covered yet that we wish to make sure stay on the list?
And I'd invite the trustees to jump in too. I don't think we don't necessarily have to do it board by board here.
No.
Well, how about I break the ice? When we were doing a review of each section of the draft charter, I believe we left off at subchapter 8. So we have not completed reviewing the charter together. So that's something we should do. And in my notes, I saw that there were several sections of the draft charter that were not, that were set aside on purpose to have a deeper discussion. Sections 102, 104, 105A, 106, 301, and 602. So a discussion of a finishing of the discussion of the draft charter sounds like it is in order.
I agree, Elaine. And I would add, I know I was keeping you waiting with my presentation about having a planning summit, but I hope maybe I stimulated some thinking about about doing something like that. It doesn't have to happen right away, but I think it might be a good idea for us to anticipate something for us to anticipate doing in the not too distant future. I'd love to hear what our planning commissioners have to say about all this. I'd love to get a perspective from basically two other boards that are very much engaged in the village and town community, but have a different way of looking at things. And I probably would want to invite some of our economic development people to that as well. So I'd like to, that's not specifically a piece of charter work, but I think it's something that would very much inform the completion of the charter. I think as we, the finished thing, I think when we looked at it last time, we all realized that there was just a lot left to be done in terms of planning, zoning, how we hadn't even reached a decision about whether we were going to have a DRB, a planning commission, a zoning board. We hadn't made any of those decisions, and those are decisions. Those are charter decisions. So I think it would be great to try to anticipate a planning summit. What I understand from your last select board meeting, I think you firmly decided that you're not going to put we're not going to go for putting the charter on a ballot in November, which is sad in a way. I think it's a great opportunity that's lost. But on the other hand, if that's the decision, it also opens up a lot more time and presents a lot more flexibility to accomplish some of these things. So I don't want to keep rambling on. Happy to hear what other board members have to say.
That was the select board's consensus. We didn't vote on it though. Dawn, your hand is up.
I'd like to make sure that all the policies and ordinances line up along with going back with that charter.
Could you say that again, Dawn, please?
To make sure that all the policies and ordinances line up, match up, because we each have different ones.
Okay. Okay. Pat and then Raj.
Well, in addition to the obvious ones that you mentioned, Elaine, about getting through the rest of the charter and the big issues we put aside, one that I don't think is in the charter that I feel we need to get to pretty quickly is coming to a consensus on how we're going to assist staff. Now that we know we're not going to be moving forward with the merger, to find out what their needs are to continue running the two communities as separate, and hopefully get them the resources that they need, before too much time goes by. I think, as has been stated several times before, they have their workload pushed pretty close to the limit as it is right now. So the sooner we can sort of discuss that as two groups, I think the better off we'll be.
Okay. Raj?
So Dawn mentioned one, Pat mentioned the second thing I was going to say. So if we are going to have, thanks, Pat. If we are going to have more time, I'd say, to the policies and ordinances, I might have brought this up at the last trustee meeting, kind of rambling on, but if we have more time and we can start to get through some of this, what has been allocated for transition, at least in terms of identifying the ordinances that are duplicated or that need to be rectified, or what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm getting at. If we can start to identify and fix some of that in advance, given the time, if that's possible. It may not be possible if we have to have a finished charter, although, it's just something to talk about. The other thing was I had brought up a couple of times, and I realize now that I'm saying it, I never got proposed language out, about adding in the ability for the community to zone, I guess, for what, I'm not sure if that's the right term, for manufacture and sale of certain substances, alcohol, tobacco products, cannabis. Again, that is not an intention to create an ordinance. It's to give us the ability to do it should the community decide to do it. That's just one item, but agreeing with the other. So any of the work that we can get done, perhaps at our time, if we have a few extra months, depending on what we all decide or what is decided to as a date for a potential vote.
Andy?
I think we should have discussion about the things that we think might get in the way of merger being approved and make decisions on what path we're going to go forward with those so that we can hopefully, rather than just, I don't know, you know, I know we frequently say we're going to educate our way out of concerns that we hear. I think we need to take objective, or whatever the right word is, just, you know, take a step back and look at the things that might get in the way and try to come up with, you know, real honest solutions. Not saying that we've done anything that's dishonest. I just you know, I just want to, I don't know. I think we need to have a heart to heart and close some of these questions.
Andy, could you be more specific? What are the things that you're identifying?
Okay, every time I bring this up, though, everybody yells at me, so it's really a difficult thing to bring up in this forum. It just gets everybody rankled. Okay, so George brought up a good one, the whole development thing. You know, people who live outside the village, and Raj mentioned this too. You know, like to some people would like to see development happen in the you know, in the downtown where it belongs. So I think if we have a clear vision, clear direction of where we're going with development, that would be a good thing. What are the other things I brought up? You know, I hear time and time again, well, the whole representation thing, with an open or an you know, approved charter change. You know, we need to close that direction. And there are a lot of folks who say, well, what's the village giving up? I think we need to come up, you know, we need to somehow articulate what we feel, you know, how to answer that question. Those are examples.
Thank you. I appreciate your being specific. Dan?
Well, a couple things to speak to what Andy brought up about addressing issues that have come up. No, it's not. Don't take it that way, Andy. One of the issues that was brought up at the last select board meeting that I've watched was the whole COVID-19 thing. Patrick chimed in with, we don't know. Andy said something about waiting for a vote on, I forget what the particular issue was, till I think it was for the merger, until town meeting day in 2021. Well, Patrick chimed in with, well, we don't know what's going to be the situation as far as getting people together and doing the vote in March of 2021 or all of next year. So I think it's hard to go and answer every question Andy has, because I mean, some of the questions I agree with him. They should be addressed and they should be clarified for the community to explain what we envision this new charter to be like, and what the village is, what we bring to the table, what the town brings to the table, how the community as a whole together benefits. The other thing Ken brought up early and chimed in about his thing on this whole merger project and being honest. Well, some of the stuff you can't quantify. You can't put a dollar figure to it. You can't say it's this much less taxes. It's called like just the simplification of a single tax bill, or there's certain things, aspects of merger that bring convenience. You can't place a dollar figure on it when you have one rec department, one place to go for things. What dollar figure do you add to that? You know, so there's a lot of conveniences that people in the community, you know, if you want to look down dollars, you're not going to be able to see the dollars. But when you have somebody and say, no, you got to go to this building for this, you got to go to that building for that, you got to go to the town for this, you got to go to the village for this. it streamlines things. So what's the value in that? Okay. So I don't think people think about that, or at least, but I don't hear a lot of board members thinking about that. That's something that I brought up before. I think that's something we really need to present to people. Okay. That's just a few things. If I have anything more, I'll raise my hand again, but thanks.
Yep. Yep, by all means, Dan. Thank you.
Any other things business about a potential merger that needs to be discussed openly before we proceed?
I don't want to cut off anyone else, so I'll wait a minute in case one of the other board members has something to say, and Amber, you have any thoughts?
No, I think everything's been covered.
Okay, I watched your last select board meeting, and I think one of the things that, and Raj kind of touched on it during our trustee meeting, is the question of, are we going to go forward together on merger, or are we going to start seeing each board take unilateral action on charter changes? And specifically, I'm referring to, there was a discussion about moving ahead with a budget to ballot vote just for the town, and revisiting the 3-3 board structure just for the town. And, those things absolutely, in my mind, do impact merger. Those were things that we discussed at length during all of our merger discussions and our merger charter discussions. And, just for example, budget to ballot, when we first started meeting, Irene and Max and Elaine and I were on the governance subcommittee, and we defined values for assessing various forms of government. And one of the things we said was we wanted simplicity and ease of voting. We wanted to simplify voting in this community. We didn't want to have 3 different voting dates, one for the school district, one for the village, and one for the town. And so one of the things that was one of the goals, we wanted to make sure all the voting takes place on one day. Well, if the town goes ahead and puts budget to ballot as a charter change on the town ballot, the village still votes for its budget at annual meetings. So again, we would not be achieving that goal. So that kind of thing absolutely does, it may not seem like it's impacting the village, and certainly it's something that the town could pursue unilaterally, that you don't need, you can go ahead and do that. But I would just say you need to be cognizant that it would have an impact. And certainly the 3-3 initiative going back to the legislature, they rejected it. I don't quite understand why you would want to go back to them after they've rejected it. And they said, well, we would love to work with you on a merger charter, but you want to go back to them with this, but just for the town. Obviously it would have an impact on the village. So I think if we're having a heart-to-heart honest conversation, I think that's something that we probably need to get out of the way. Are we going to continue with the operative framework that we've tried to build over the last 7 years of working together? Certainly there are things that we can't work on together, but to make every effort to try to find those things that we can work on together in order to maintain, keep us together and keep us moving towards a common goal. So I think that's something we'd need to, I think we should discuss now.
So George, that topic is actually number 5E, and if it's okay with the boards, it makes sense to move it up to discuss jointly with 5B. Would the select board be in favor of combining those 2 topics since they are quite related?
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Andy?
Do we need a motion?
It is an amendment to the agenda, so why don't we do a motion?
I move that we combine business items 5B and 5E.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you both. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
And
Appreciate
I'll
the
ask,
formality.
I'll ask for the same motion from the trustees. Do I hear a motion?
I move we combine business item 5E and 5B.
Second.
Okay. Amber seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. So, does anybody from the select board wish to address those concerns that George raised? Andy?
Sorry, George, you're probably not going to like what I'm going to say. The question of going to Australian ballot has been before the select board for many, many years. The Essex Governance Group was in 2014. Their final report was 2014. We've been telling them over and over again that we would address it with a major charter change. We kept saying that a charter change was too much work to do more than one, and we've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. I fully believe that it's in the purview of the select board to change how the town votes. Yes, it impacts the village because you are residents of the town. So I don't, and the other concern I have is that if merger doesn't pass, we also lose Australian ballot. There's nothing that keeps the village from changing their charter to go to Australian ballot in parallel. We could both go forward with that. But the survey was overwhelmingly in favor. I mean, it's like 84 or 86% were in favor of going to Australian ballot. We've got the opportunity to do it. We've been told it's too much work to change the charter. I don't believe it is. And I think we should go forward with it because we've been asked to do it for many, many, many years. With regard to 3+3, I'm a member of the select board, and we have a town a resident initiated charter change. I have to support it. And if we can go forward and it's successful, then that part of the whole discussion can come out of the whole negotiation. I don't think merger is going to pass if it doesn't include 3+3. Given the vote that we already have, I don't think it'll pass. And so I don't know. I fully believe it's in the purview of the select board to determine the structure of the select board. And it's not necessarily related to merger. Merger doesn't have to define how the select board is structured.
Dawn or Pat? Go ahead, Pat.
Okay, thanks. I agree in part with both Andy and George. In particular, I think that the Australian ballot voting was talked about, discussed, and negotiated as part of a merger plan. To pull it out unilaterally is unfair to our negotiating partners. I would say that with any sort of, or any type of negotiation or work that's been done consistently as long as this has. So without at least consulting and talking with them, certainly at our last meeting, I was very unwilling to consider making any decisions that night. The part where I do agree with Andy in particular, I think, is with Australian ballot. The hope especially was that we were going to be able to get merger on in November, and Australian balloting is one of those big things that I think in a town of 20,000 people, the fact that our auditorium can only hold 350 of our residents to decide on the budget. I think that we're at a point where we're past that, and it's one of the things that I ran on when I was looking to be elected to the select board. So cognizant, and I'd like to continue the discussions that we have around merger and the merger plan. But I think that Andy's right. There are, at least the Australian ballot, I think, is one of those items that's very big that we've promised, and I don't feel that we can continue pushing it off until the entirety of the merger plan is done. I think that the Australian ballot voting, and if the village trustees decide that they want to follow suit with that, I fully encourage it, because I think that we're just too big of a community to continue relying on the one night idea that if you can't make it, you can't participate in that portion of our democracy. Just it no longer makes sense. So I want to see that changed.
Dawn?
I agree with both of them. The reason we decided not to do the merger vote is because we wouldn't be ready by August 24th when it had to be on the ballot. But I still think we need to honor the 3-3, and ever since the days of Heart and Soul, they wanted to have the budget put on Australian ballot, and I think it's time we honored that also.
So, thank you, Select Board. I just want to make a couple comments and then move it over to the trustees. Regarding Australian ballot, one thing I want to remind everyone is that the question keeps coming up. What is the village giving up? What is the town outside the village giving up? And the merger charter we're working on is a negotiation. And in every negotiation, each party has something to gain and something to lose. And the thing that the town outside the village taxpayers have to lose is that their taxes would go up around $26 a year for 12 years. The thing that the village residents have, and that's the thing that they would get if merger passed. The thing that the village has to gain if merger passes is that they're not paying extra taxes for services they don't get, on the order of about $800 a year per average household. So if merger doesn't pass, the village is stuck with that double payment going forward, which they've had since they incorporated, and the town outside the village does not gain the extra taxes. The leverage point is, if the town outside the village was willing to vote yes on merger so that the village would not have that double taxation, then gaining Australian ballot for everything was a positive that was included in the merger draft as a way to offset the negative aspect of that tax increase. It's a negotiation tool. And I know that some people would look at that as, you're withholding this thing we want. But because we have been working on this for 2 years, and we have more than 2 years at this point, and we are getting towards this point where we were going to include all of the gains and losses in this one document and in this one negotiation. So in the end, with merger, even though the taxes would go down for the village residents, what they would lose, what they would give up, is all of their autonomy. They would give up their entire village government. They would give up their entire ability to make decisions on their own about expenses that occur within their own district. And what they would get is Australian ballot. And what the town outside the village would give up is $26 a year for 12 years. And what they would get is Australian ballot. So I'm not saying, I agree that Australian ballot is something the community has wanted for years. We used it as an aspect of the negotiations of merger. If we are not moving towards merger vote in November, then I agree, there's no reason not to put it before the community in November. That's totally fine. I just want to remind everybody who's doubting the argument about this is something that impacts merger. It absolutely does. It removes a serious benefit from both parties. And if merger were to go to the ballot in November and it failed, we would not lose it. We could just do the Australian ballot aspect of it again. So it's not a loss there, but I just feel very compelled to make sure folks understand what changing what this decision does to the dynamic of merger. Just want to put that out there. And the other thing I wanted to say was with 3-3, It was not rejected, it was tabled. And it was tabled because the House Government Ops Committee thought that a merger proposal was coming in November. And we have not, it's looking, tonight we're supposed to vote on whether or not officially to put a charter on the ballot. If we are not delivering a merger document to that committee in the near future, and they tabled our voters' request for 3.3, as long as we are able to implement 3.3 and satisfy the concerns of the committee, then we should be putting that on the ballot. It's something that the voters voted for, and it's something that the committee is expecting to see. If I'm interpreting it as the committee is expecting to see it if we're not merging. So it was already included in the draft charter. As soon as it passed, it went in the draft charter. So, I mean, we were planning on going down that route anyway. So that's just my thoughts on that. Trustees.
Yeah, Elaine, I'm going to lead off for the trustees, but I'm sure all of the others have something to say. But, you know, let me turn the conversation around a little bit here, okay? Because we're talking about what is the village going to give up and who's going to give up. Let me start by saying, Dawn and Pat, you're on the school board. And how does the school board act? They tax everybody in the school district according to the same funding formula. And then they have a fiduciary, legal, and moral responsibility to make sure that those revenues are equally distributed throughout the entire community, so that every child has access to the same educational opportunities throughout the school district. Doesn't matter what school they go to. We wouldn't tolerate, none of us would, if the school district said, for example, folks in the town, you've got a lot of resources there, so parents get a lot of resources, so we're going to fund your schools at a lower rate, and we're going to give more money to the village schools and to Westford schools. That would be intolerable. It would be in violation of Act 60. Act 60 was derived from the Common Benefits Clause of the Vermont Constitution. The town of Essex taxes everybody according to the same tax rate, but it spends a disproportionate share of its money in the town outside the village. And Andy, I can see you're shaking your head, and please, the highway tax is a tiny, tiny portion of what the town collects. So let's not throw a red herring into the conversation. This year, Andy, the town is going to collect $700,000 from throughout this community and spend all of it repairing roads and bridges outside the village. Is the town of Essex providing a common benefit to its citizens? Think about it. Is the town of Essex, don't put the village of Essex Junction into the equation at all. If the town is going to tax this entire community as one community, then you have to ask, is the town providing a common benefit for every citizen in this community? Ask that question. Ask that question of yourself. Ask it honestly. You know, Mr. Signorello said it's about spreading the village's taxes. No, merger is about trying to help and work with the town to provide a common benefit to everybody in this community. That's what merger is about, okay? And there's lots of different ways we can do it. There's lots of different approaches we can take. We started early on in trying to talk about, you know, different things, having special taxing districts and coming up with different ways. But we decided as a group, as a board, as two boards, that merger made the most sense. And so we got into this long conversation. And I just hope that's where we can continue to go. I mean, we just talked about, you know, again, it just bothers me to say, what's the village going to give up? When you look at what the village has been giving to the town for years and years and years, and you're asking us what we're going to give up, I'm sorry. And you know, all of these things like budget to ballot and the 3-3 thing and going back down to the legislature with that, I understand, of course you can unilaterally do these things. Of course you can. No one's saying you can't. And of course the village can act unilaterally. But the idea was, the atmosphere was, I thought our common purpose was to come up with a unified charter that would address all these problems. Think about it. Think about all the things we're talking about. Think about 3.3. We wouldn't be talking about 3.3 if there wasn't a disparity in the town's funding and the way the town funds funds the community. But that's really the essence of what 3.3 is about. And let me just address it, why it's so concerning. Yeah, it sounds very fair and reasonable. Everybody gets the same number of votes. But keep in mind that on an even number board, a tie vote is a no vote. Democracy is seldom about cooperation. Democracy is about initiative. And if people feel aggrieved, if people feel disenfranchised, they take that initiative to the ballot box and they run for local office, okay? And with 3.3, what 3.3 is saying to us, and I understand you've got your own narrative about it, but from us, from our perspective, the narrative is 3.3 hands the town outside the village a permanent veto over any village initiative. The town can say forever and ever, we're going to lock our funding mechanism in place, and there's nothing you can do about it, no matter how aggrieved and disenfranchised you feel. It's not democracy, it's a democracy crusher. So, and I understand you've got a different narrative, you're going to disagree with me, but I would just respectfully, honestly and sincerely, respectfully ask all of you to consider that there's an alternative narrative, and we do represent 11,000 people in this community. And we're telling you that these things that you're doing don't, they may make sense to you, but they're kind of not making a lot of sense to us. Sorry, I don't mean to dominate the conversation, but I had to respond. Thank you.
Trustees, and please continue.
Raj, did you have your hand up? I can't tell. A lot of people have hands up.
I don't have my hand up. I'm trying to collect my thoughts. Sorry. Dan, go ahead.
No, all I'll say is I can't add anything. What George just brought up, he summarized it perfectly, I think. And I think that's the point we're trying to get across as a whole, as a community. And it's lost because there's diversionary tactics put into, don't pay no attention to this. Look at this, focus on this, pay no attention to that. And that's the prevailing attitude I see occurring outside of the village.
I guess I would only add that I think we're close to coming up with something that can work. And I don't want to keep harping on the giving up thing. I mean, as a village resident, I'm looking at not only paying off the debt that we asked for, and totally fine with that, but we're offering all of these other things to delay any kind of possible benefit from merger, just to make it palatable for something that we feel should be done in the first place. I mean, so you're asking what we're giving up, not you specifically, Andy, but generally people are asking what the village is giving up. We're giving up a delay in any kind of relief that we're asking for. I mean, we're barely going to feel it. And I can say that, and it's going to be kind of almost a one-to-one, not quite one-to-one, but I think we're giving up a lot more than people realize. And I think the current offer and the effort to get numbers on what the alternative to not merging would be should be, I think, a wake-up call for folks in the town outside the village that the alternative to merger may not be as palatable as $26 a year compounded over 12 years. It may be worse than that. And I think as a board, I really would love to separate out Australian ballot, because I think we're in a pandemic, and anything we can do to make it easier for people to vote. It has nothing to do with me with merger, but it is a difference of 4 months. We're talking town meeting day-ish versus November-ish, and I think if it's going to be the thing that breaks merger, pull it out, because I think if we have a good merger plan, the merger plan will pass on its own merit. But it is only a difference of 4 months, maybe 5 if we wait for the village to vote in April. And I think if, you know, participating in the BTB thing at the very earliest point, I know how long everybody's been waiting for Australian ballot. I've wanted it very much myself for a very long time. But 4 months, I think we can make it to get a good charter in front of everybody. And yeah, it's going to be one more cycle of budgets, but I think the fact is though that, you know, March and April we're going to be seeing mailing ballots again. We're not going to be out of this by then. So I would say don't think of it in terms of what it means for merger. Think of it in terms of what's the most seamless to plan ahead for the town clerk to get that vote, those 2 votes done, and what's better for the community. If we're going to have to do some kind of pandemic voting situation again 2 times in the spring, does it make sense to just go to Australian ballot as soon as possible? That's how I'd like to frame it.
Thank you, Raj. Pat. You're muted, Pat.
Okay. Took my hand down and thought I had unmuted myself. George, I think specifically I want to agree with the large majority of your points. I think it's clear that there's a tax inequity and that half of my constituency does have to pay and reduce the taxes of the other half. That's indisputable. I think why I want to have this discussion and why we have on the business items the talk about when a potential action of a merger vote happens is because the discussion we had as the select board last week and why I'm uncomfortable taking things out of a negotiated merger plan is that you're right, I don't think it's fair for one part of the town to unilaterally impose anything. That's kind of why I want us to talk about this stuff tonight. Raj, you mentioned 4 months. I think my biggest concern is that we don't know that it's 4 months by any stretch of the imagination. We can all hope, certainly, but if the merger vote needs to get pushed off past the spring, then we're looking at another, 18 months, because I don't think there's a November election in 2021. So at that point, it's 2022 before we really have another chance to present it to the people. So, you know, I'm not really comfortable waiting 2022 for something like Australian ballot. I think it's a small piece that I think so many people after the meeting last week, or at least I had a couple of emails. I had, you know, friends who had talked about it, who were part of, you know, governance groups that have been advocating it for a while. I'm just wondering if it's a small enough piece that it's not going to be enough to break down the whole of what is being presented as merger if we end up having to wait and push merger off to 2022, which I think is a real possibility. I mean, I guess I'm not really trying to make any point except to agree with what George said and also to really sort of put out the idea that we may not just be pushing off 3 or 4 months. We may be asking people to wait more like 18.
It's a good point, Pat.
Andy?
Yeah, one comment I wanted to make about the tax comment that George made. I just was looking through my files and I found this document. It's a recommendation for FY20 budget to take the village equipment transfer and add it to their street budget that gets transferred over to the town and then eliminate the highway tax. And it made it different for the outside of the village, and so that then we wouldn't have that inequity. And it was a difference of $3. But for some reason we chose not to pursue this path. I know this was one of the recommendations that came from in the third year of the consolidation of the highway departments. There had to be a review of the whole process to see how it was working, and one of the recommendations was to do this. And I don't recall why we chose not to. It was a difference of, you know, $2.83 in in the town and $3.61 in the village. And I don't know. I don't know why we didn't do it. I don't know if maybe this is part of the discussion we need to have is, are there other subtler ways that we could address some of these inequities rather than, pounding each other with them?
Can I ask oh, go ahead, Raj.
No, sorry. Wrong button.
I want to ask the select board a really sensitive question. And judging from the conversation we're having about Australian ballot and 3-3 and what Andy just said, like there's other ways that we can accomplish equity. Forgive me for the bluntness of the question, but do you really want to merge?
I'm still okay with merging. It's a matter of how we get there.
What does that mean?
It means that we're that it actually looks like we're negotiating. I mean, we're not dealing with anything. We're just saying everything stays the same and just gets mashed together. There's no discussion about what there's no give and take. There's nothing like that. It's all, this is the way it's going to be, and we got to figure out how to convince the voters to support it. That's the way it feels to me. That's where it feels to a lot of people. So I don't know.
I can understand that perspective, absolutely. But what I'm hearing at this very meeting is a negotiation about, should we put Australian ballot on the November ballot, or should we keep it in the charter? Should we put 3-3 in? Should we vote on it now? I mean, I do feel that there's been significant discussions about give and take for many months. And so I guess I'm confused as to what it means that we're not negotiating, because I think that's what we're doing right now.
We have not made a single decision, though. We have not made a single decision. We have lots and lots and lots of discussion. We talk and talk and talk and talk, but do not make any decisions. If you make a decision and the boards vote for it, I got nothing I can do, right? We're going forward with the position taken by the boards. We aren't taking any positions. We're just talking.
I still don't understand. What decisions are we not making?
So several meetings ago, I proposed that we go through the charter section by section and say, okay, we're okay with that one. Yay or nay, up or down?
Right.
We didn't do that.
Yes, we did.
No, we did not.
We went all the way through subchapter.
There was not a single vote. There was no single vote. A lot of it was, well, we need to brush up the language. We need to figure out how to say this. We need we didn't make any decisions. No votes were made. No positions were taken.
Okay, I don't want to make this a dialogue between the two of us, Andy, but I just want to understand.
Well, you asked.
I did, absolutely. I wanted to hear your opinion because it matters. What I'm trying to understand is, if we went through every section of the charter, which we did do, and there were some sections where we did thumbs up, everybody did thumbs up. But my impression was that if we voted on specific things as we went along, that our community would be saying they're voting on these things without our voting and with our approval. My understanding was that we would come to consensus, and at the end of the process of reviewing the charter, we would approve the charter and say, public, here's what our best attempt is. Please tell us whether you want to do this or not. So Andy, that's I'm clearly not looking at it through the same lens as you. So maybe that's where my confusion's coming from. Please go ahead.
Can I respond to that? So my problem with that is, if we go that route, we will get to the end and I'll say, oh, but I don't like this part. And you'll say, oh, it's been in there all this time. We decided that long ago. This has come up for some of these things. It's like, no, we decided that 2 years ago. And so that's what kills the negotiation is, I'm told that things have already been decided on some of these items. It's the whole question, like right here, of this can we do Australian ballot as a separate charter change? I raised this question a year ago, or more. I don't remember when. And I was told then, oh no, we decided as a group that we're going to go forward and we're going to replace the entire charter, so you can't do it section by section. But we never made that decision. That's an example, right?
Okay, so I understand now. So rather than consensus around topics, you were looking all along through the whole process for us to vote every step of the way.
So yeah, so I guess maybe I've been looking at this wrong, where I thought words on the paper that weren't approved by necessarily are all negotiable until it's been voted on. That's the way I look at it.
I think we all might, well, at least for myself, that I was looking at it differently. And I think regardless of your perception and my perception of the process, here we are now today. And we need to move forward with this process as it stands. And I apologize if you feel that we've made decisions without your approval, or at least a formal, that wasn't the right thing to say, made decisions without a formal mechanism in place. So I guess I just needed to clear the air on that. I don't know that there's anything we can do about it. I apologize for taking up the time on this tangent, but I just wanted to understand better. So thank you for clarifying that. Pat, you've had your hands up and you've been waiting. Mute.
Good.
Did you see my eyes roll hard enough to? I mean, I was actually just going to respond to your original question, Elaine, which is, do we want to merge? I mean, I absolutely do want to merge. I mean, I've seen the economies of scale that you get with merged communities, the school being one of them that has worked extremely well, extremely effectively. There are difficulties at the beginning, of course, and there's difficulties in bringing it together, of course. But I think the fact remains that, at least in my view, having one united 21,000 person community in Vermont is a big deal. It's attractive to businesses. It's attractive to residents. It's attractive to growing a tax base. It's attractive to giving us things like a top 50 school in the country for STEM because we have the resources to provide to that school. You know, all of these things I see as something that is easier to maintain and keep together in one large community instead of broken up into two separate ones. I could go on for quite some time, I think, of why I think the benefit of having a larger community is much more substantial than this mishmash of MOUs and what have you that we've got up until this point. But the biggest stumbling block, I think we all know it, is that tax inequity, that shift, that however people want to describe it. But as it is right now, we know that the village is getting additionally taxed for services that they don't use. And until we find a way to sell that, we're losing the argument about merger. I mean, that's just really, it is what it is. You know, and I think, I don't know how many times I can argue the point, but village has less resources to offer by and large than the town outside the village does from you know, basis of income. So the people in our town who are least able to make payments are being taxed inequitably at a higher rate. That has to change. I mean, I don't know how we explain that narrative or how we go forward with trying to make it. I don't even know if it's making it about that, but at least explaining the situation to what it is, because I don't think it's at all clear in the community right now. There's, you know, it's all about, well, our taxes are going to get larger because Essex Junction has a pool and they need to pay extra pool boys to make sure that their water slides are maintained. I mean, realistically, though, that's what people think. You know, they don't know about the rec fees or anything. You know, that EJRP brings in to offset most of their costs. It's just, we're fighting a losing battle about the argument that the population in Essex who can least afford to pay the most taxes pays the most taxes and gets the least out of it.
Dawn, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's probably the only person here that's probably been through every merger vote we've ever had. A long time. I would have automatically many years ago said no. When I came back this time, I came back with a willingness, more of a willingness to listen to both sides. But I'm concerned, as Andy says, that we don't seem to be getting anywhere. I mean, I understand the, tax equity, and yet the village wants to have two separate tax districts where they have two 1-cent tax for other services. I don't understand the reasoning for that. And I don't think we're quite there yet where we're ready to merge. I think it still needs a lot more work. But I'm still collecting information from people. I've asked this question a lot of times lately, and I'm listening because I'm trying to learn. At this point, I don't think we're ready, but I don't think we should stop working on it.
Okay. This was a very helpful conversation, and I appreciate your honesty and pointing out we still have a great deal of work to do. I think that's evident. And me personally, my only problem is that we are charging taxes to a subsection of the community that we are not charging, for services that subsection does not get. I think that's unethical and wrong. And I don't know how, if merger is not the way through to do it and fix it, there's got to be another way. And we're going to have to keep working on it. If merger is not the way we go, there's going to have to be another way. So thank you, everyone, for your honesty and sharing some difficult opinions. I appreciate it. So returning to our initial topic, which was priority issues.
Elaine, can I interrupt you? It's
Yeah,
George.
of course.
I just thought because that was a fascinating look into the soul of the select board. We may want to have maybe the trustees would like to have a couple of response, and I'm guessing I'm looking at Raj. Raj, you got anything to say? And Dan, I see your hand is raised. I'm not sure who wants to go first. So
why are you picking on me tonight, George?
What?
Why are you picking on me tonight? I think Amber wants to go.
Amber, are you ready to go? Okay.
It's because I'm smart enough to turn my camera off.
Yeah, really.
I actually just want to say thank you to Elaine for asking that question, because I actually was thinking the same exact kind of thoughts. And there were a lot of really good points that were made. I think we've made significant progress on the charter. I think we spent a lot of time going through kind of, I don't want to say nitpicky kind of, but minor issues that were in there and kind of hit it. We obviously have not hit the big points. We really haven't, but I look forward to getting to that and having those conversations.
Thank you, Amber. Raj?
Yeah, I agree. I think it sounds like everybody still wants to move forward, and I think that's really encouraging. And I think we should just keep going. I think the hard stuff's coming, and but I think it's doable, and I think we hear negative a lot, and I think there's a lot of positive out there that's just waiting for something to be positive about. I know it sounds a little utopian maybe, but I think there's still a lot of people I hear from that on TOV that just want this done already, and they're just waiting for something to see. And I think I think we can get there, and we'll figure out a date maybe in a few minutes and see where we go.
Okay, thanks, Raj. Dan?
I appreciate Elaine posing that question to the board, and the elephant in the room, as everyone is aware, is the tax disparity, and that as far as going forward with the process, we have all these MOUs in place, and we've seen benefits from it. Like I said before, you can't really quantify all the benefits to a dollar figure, but moving forward, as we get closer to the ultimate goal, I see as merger. I'd rather see the community merged as opposed to separate, but I hear we got too much to go on. There's COVID-19's the issue. Oh, we got this coming up. We keep push it off. We're not working. It's not working out. This isn't working out. There's a lot of delay in the process for one reason or another, and ultimately that delay is intentional, in my opinion, to ultimately not have this move forward. And I'd like to see it go forward with a vote. I would have preferred for November 3rd, but if not then okay, maybe in the spring. But this has gone on for decades, and you're not old enough to say that you voted in every issue in this, because this was before you were even born, before most of us were born, this was brought up. So it's got to come to an end. As far as I'm concerned, if this doesn't go through this time, I'm all on board with separating and moving forward with separation and making sure everyone knows, because I'm just tired of it. It's ridiculous, and let the chips fall where they may. I think present this to the select board, or to the legislature, and show all the efforts that have been made over, I think, probably 6 decades or better, that this has been an issue that's come up, and let the chips fall where they may, and see if we can separate. And if they do separate, we'll exist like Winooski in Colchester, Burlington and South Burlington, other communities throughout the state that have separated, and I think it'll be fine. But just status quo is not tolerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And I'll, for the sake of time, I'll restrain myself and not make any more comments. And I see that Evan has his hand up. So Evan, did you have something to add here?
I'm gonna make one suggestion for your priorities list. Listening to your conversation, you might want to add to your list to work on inequity and how you fund common activities. I'm trying to say that specifically. Work on inequity of how you each fund the same common activity. The town has a highway tax. The village has an economic development tax on itself and capital funding. Those 3 can be worked on either simultaneously or together to address those issues. And I would be honest with you, I think the economic development tax would be better and more efficient town-wide, and dedicated to certain activities. I think the highway tax needs to be addressed into the capital funding. We have talked about whether we should be looking at a local options tax. I think you can fold the highway tax and capital funding into the local options tax and address those issues together than separate. But that's just a suggestion for a work session to come up in your priorities. I appreciate the conversation about merger and where you are coming from. It sounds like you still want to continue to work at it. And I can agree. What you all should know is I'd have to find out what the date of the March agenda is, but it comes up awfully quick through the holidays. So the work still needs to occur. And yes, we do have COVID. Yes, we do have other issues that are going to be on the plate. So it is going to mean a lot on your plate in the next 4 to 5 months. And if you're willing to do it, then let's do it.
Thank you, Evan.
Good suggestions, Evan. Thank you. All very good.
I just want to make one comment and then go through our list of what we decided were priorities. And then there's been several patient members of the public wanting to speak. So I do want to remind everyone that about 18 months ago or a year ago, both boards agreed that if we came to a point where we didn't think merger was going to work out, or we didn't think that we were ready, we were going to pause. This was something that we were supposed to be considering anyway, and I'm proud of all of us for fully acknowledging all of the work that is yet to be done and being willing to put on the brakes and do that work. So thank you, all of you, for being realistic and for helping us stick to our original plan and to move forward together as we figure this stuff out. So I kept a list as we were talking, And here, I'm going to run down the priorities and then we should have the public speak. As Evan said, work on inequity, on how each municipality funds common activities, complete review of draft charter, planning summit to discuss planning commissions, DRB versus zoning board decision, an alignment of all policies and ordinances and elimination of duplicating ordinances, potentially adding zoning for alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. Not sure if that needs to be in a charter or if that's a zoning decision. Discussion of barriers that might get in the way. Development, which is what George brought up, representation, pluses and minuses, pros and cons on each side, and identifying conveniences that don't necessarily have dollar value. Identifying benefits and costs and benefits of having merger that don't necessarily have dollar values. Did I miss anything?
Elaine, if you did, I think that list is big enough already. So I don't think we need to keep searching out for more things to add to it.
Okay.
All right.
Is the board's consensus that we should ask staff to perhaps...
Elaine, can I interrupt? Andy has his hand up, I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Andy, go ahead. You're muted, Andy.
There was one I think Pat brought up about what staff needs to do to survive the delay, or what we need to do to help staff survive the delay.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Don't want to forget that.
Thank you, Andy.
That was definitely on the list. I'm wondering if the next step would be to ask staff to schedule some work sessions and we just start ticking these off.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Greg and Evan, would you mind looking at the calendar and seeing how we can accomplish this?
Sure, absolutely.
So before we put together B and E, and E was the charter changes to go on the November ballot. I think the public would like to speak first, and then we have some decisions to make. If that's okay with the boards? Okay, so if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand or make it known in the chat. And Betsy raised her hand like 45 minutes ago, and then Bruce. So Betsy, why don't you go, and then Bruce post.
Thank you very much, Elaine. So in listening to this whole conversation, I had a whole bunch of thoughts that I was writing as we were going along, but as this wound down to a sort of a consensus about what people were thinking, my thoughts became that maybe the action that needs to happen is tonight decide and make a vote around whether or not you're going to move to have the merger be completed and get it on the November ballot. If that can't happen, then vote on should we have the Australian ballot there? Because as Pat said, it will be basically in 2022 before we get to have a Australian ballot with the hybrid town meeting. And in the meantime, if you vote down the merger for this November, present section by section to the public with what, not a finalized one, but this is where you think you are going, and get input from the public so the public is engaged, and then finalize that section and move to the next, so that people know that they're involved in that process of developing that whole merger. I think that's really critical. I really do. And I want to say to George, a tie vote is not a no vote. It's that you have to go back to the drawing table and figure out why we can't agree. And it may not always be 3 town people versus the 3 of the village people. It could be 2 of each and 1 of the other. Who knows what the topic is going to become? It just means more thinking needs to go into the question. So I respectfully ask that you do a vote and see between the trustees and the select board, do you think you can get it together to have it on November ballot? If not, let's move for Australian ballot at least, if not the 3x3, at least the Australian ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce, and then Ken.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for all your work. A few comments. George, you invoked the Common Benefits Clause, which I think is Article 6 of the Constitution. You should bring a suit if you think it's a violation of the Common Benefits Clause, but the school decision was a school issue. That was a constitutional issue regarding schools and a statewide property tax. So your invocation of the Common Benefits Clause, I think, is in error. I was a member of the Budget to Ballots group, I think, since the beginning. And very early in our deliberations, we had a decision to make whether we would petition a charter change on our own with language approved and push it ahead, or whether we would try to work with the trustees and the select board. This, I don't think it's a half century ago, but it seems like it. Maybe it's 6 years ago. Bob Bates and I argued for working with the trustees and the select board. And it was one of the worst decisions I ever make. We get the old rope-a-dope, you know, where Ali stands in the corner and lets the other fighters punch out. So justice delayed is justice denied. Democracy delayed is democracy denied. You're freezing out most of the people of Essex from voting on a budget, and I think you should have that on the November ballot. Regarding the tax break issue, those with the least are having the greatest burden. Some of those who live in the nicest houses are going to get the biggest tax breaks. A lot of the poor don't live in the nice houses and don't pay as much taxes. And certainly their school taxes are income sensitized. And the last thing is, I don't like these two district ideas. I've said that from the beginning. I supported 3+3 reluctantly because people turned a deaf ear to perhaps the biggest priority in the focus groups and that Survey Monkey thing that KSV did. George, you said the biggest takeaway was economic development, and even the consultant pushed back on you. It was multiple voting districts because people wanted to have an opportunity to do it. And I still believe in that because we have to get over the Hatfields and McCoys things, and we're special down here in the village and we're indignant outside the village. But one of the things I see here is, like my daughters used to say, talk to the hands because the ears ain't listening. So that's all I have to say. Andy, I want to thank you very much. I think you showed some courage. I was an outlier on the board when I was on the board most of the time. It's not an easy position, but I appreciate your willingness and your fortitude to stand up for what you believe and what a lot of your constituents believes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken.
Hi. Hi. I just want to respond to a couple of things that I heard, if I may. Once again, as I said earlier, the half-truth demon rears its head. George says 3+3 gives town veto of anything the village wants to do. Well, what's the corollary of that? The village also has the ability to do a veto of anything the town wants to do. That's the whole idea. It forces you to negotiate. So please always say the other side of the coin. Don't just say one side. That's just not fair. Other minor things. Pat, you said that merger will create a community of 22,000 people, much more attractive. I kind of thought we already were a community of 22,000 people. At least that's what the census says. Finally, so there's this issue of the Australian ballot. If you don't put the Australian ballot on the up for a November vote, and you don't do the merger in November, I'm pretty sure it's going to be on the March ballot. That's it. Thanks.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay. So,
Elaine,
yes.
this is I would like to respond since I have had people mention me.
I think
Like
Patty
to-
Davis had her hand up.
Andy
Oh.
wants to speak as well. Sorry.
Oh, okay. George, do you mind holding?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so I see Patty and then Annie Cooper. Patty, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. I've been listening to these meetings for a long time, and personally, I think the reason everybody's having a hard time, or even discussing among yourselves, when you actually said in this meeting, I thought it was good. Do you actually want to merge? Do you really want to merge? I think we need to start with that question because for a long time, I think at least the Essex residents, the town residents that I've met, they wanted to merge for many, many years. And because, I'll just speak for myself, because I live in the town, I hardly ever go to the village. I want to give an analogy that you understand. Okay, I'll try to keep it simple. So Burlington, there's Burlington and there's South Burlington, and I know they're separate entities, and I understand that Essex Junction is within the town. That's what makes it a little confusing, because say I lived in South Burlington and you guys lived in Burlington, and just to keep it simple, that big building that the development that was supposed to be built, that housing, all these things that are really important to the Burlington community. Say I live in South Burlington, and because this thing fell through, the developer fell through, all of a sudden, everybody's taxes in Burlington went up, and it was just unsustainable. Then they obviously just pretend they wanted South Burlington to help them out. I think what a lot of Essex residents feel that I've spoken to is we live here, even though we love the people of Essex Junction and we love your restaurants and we want to think of us as one. We live here. We use the roads here. I go to Civilization from I go through North Williston Road, or I go to Jericho. I don't ever go to the Junction, not because I don't want to. It's just that we live here. So things that are really important to us in town, it makes us appear like we're trying to be divisive. We feel like we have to be on the defense for saying, no, I don't care if it's only $26. That's not the point. It's the point. The point is we want to have an equal voice, whether we're divided, maybe 3 wards, because I respect hunters wanting to hunt, and it's much more rural for them to hunt in 8-1 than it is, 8-3 than it is to hunt in 8-1. I'm not against hunting. It's just there's so many of us that value our lifestyle, and like the guy you interviewed, I know you have 6 more people to interview. He even said why he likes Essex as a whole. He wants to raise a family here. There's a lot of families. There's a lot of people that value what means you can't put a price on it. Going to Saxon Hill all year round, or going to the Essex Experience. We want that to be our center because we live here. I don't want it to seem divisive anymore. I think many of us from Essex Town are trying to make you understand. I see why that guy wanted to be on the development board, the housing commission, because we want to give back. But ever since you all discussed merging, since I've lived here, we've only lived here 4 years, I guess I feel that unless our representation, maybe 3 wards would be the answer. maybe we're becoming like Burlington, where you're going to have to start doing wards. You can't have 300 people in one building to have a vote, which is why, of course, we need to do ballot voting. We have to. There's just 22,000 people. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I'm trying to articulate without demanding, saying, here are voices, here are voices. I'm just one voice, and from Essex Town, and that's my lifestyle, and I just wanted you to know the truth. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Annie Cooper and then Sharon Zukowski.
Hi, thank you. Patty, I haven't seen you in a while. It's nice to see you, by the way.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks. So I really enjoyed the frank, open discussion that God had, and thank you all for being so brave and courageous as to reveal your heart and soul about everything. No pun intended, but now that I said it, I think it's important to recognize, and I know I keep hammering this point home, but living in the Junction, in the town that is, I'm paying the same taxes. So I literally pay exactly the same taxes as, say, Patty, not to bring Patty into it, but Patty and I paid the same taxes. And then I pay other taxes also. The people I have no desire to ask my taxes to be like, I am proud and happy for what my taxes pay for. So there's nothing for me in the conversation about merger that disturbs my taxpayerness. But I think that the numbers really need to be laid clear, and we really need to be more open, because there's just too much misunderstanding out there. And unless we are clear, I'm rambling. My point really was to say that I know there's a large pile of people who are taxpayers in the village that are proud and happy for what our taxes pay for. And to those of us who feel that way, merger is not about some kind of tax equity argument. And I feel like a lot of us are being dragged into a tax equity argument because we're frustrated that this story about what good-hearted people believe about merger has been, like, dragging us all through the mud. And so I really think that clear understanding of the numbers, clear understanding of what's at the heart of Essex, clear understanding, as Patty was saying, about what it feels like to live in the town that's not in the village. I think all of those things are important. Oh, I know what else I wanted to say. Andy, I really appreciate and value your thoughts. I'm always appreciative that you make me think harder. But I want to say that be careful, please. And I'm sorry to pick on you, Andy, in particular. I didn't mean to exactly do it like that. But when you were speaking, I was thinking, let's not be mired. Let's not get mired down. I'm doing it to us now by mistake. I didn't mean to. Let's keep doing these conversations, and let's keep moving and deciding, and then let's, do it or not. I talk too much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Sharon Zukowski and then Irene Renner.
Hi, this is a short, quick question about the process. If you go for, is that my noise?
You're on, but it's kind of murky.
Yeah, I have nothing else on. That's weird.
That's
Get to see my whole house. If you go forth with the merger vote with the Australian ballot on it and it gets voted down, that means we don't get the Australian ballot. And if so, why don't we just separate it into two votes, one for the Australian ballot, because they're really going to need it for fairness with pandemic going on, and then the merger vote separate. Would that be a difficult thing to do?
Quick answer, in order to do a merger, we have to vote on the charter
And so if Australian ballot was in the charter and merger failed, then Australian ballot would fail at that vote. There's nothing preventing it from coming back on a subsequent ballot.
So with the pandemic, we probably should separate it out and have that a separate vote, because it's pretty important for fairness of vote to have, like, I know I have a heart condition. I can't go vote on the budget in March. There's no way I'm going to the school cafeteria. So would you consider separating it as two votes?
Well, that's what we've been discussing, which one to put on the ballot. Yeah.
Okay, good. I just wasn't understanding it. So is there a strong consideration for the separation?
Well, that's what we're discussing, and we'll be discussing it more after this public input portion. And then
So what is your feeling?
As I said earlier, there is no reason why not to put it on a November ballot if merger is not going to be on the ballot in November.
So what if it is? Will it be separate?
No, it would have to be included in the draft charter. If we were to put the whole thing on the ballot, it would be in the charter.
But you could separate it out and have it in there too. Because if the ballot goes down, the merger, we don't get Australian ballot.
I would have to check on whether that's like asking the same question in two different ballot items. I don't know if that's allowed. We would have to find out.
Okay. I'd love them to answer that.
Okay, we'll find out.
Thank you. Have
You're
a good night.
Irene, and I don't see anybody else on, but Irene is on the phone, I believe. I don't hear her. Yeah, *6 to unmute, Irene. I'm not sure what the trouble is. I do believe there were some trustees that wanted to speak. Why don't we do that? And then if Irene,
let me just quickly, if you don't mind, let me quickly. First of all,
absolutely,
three quick things. The reason the trustees keep bringing up the tax thing, maybe more than private citizens, is because we're the ones that have to deal with it. We're the ones that have to figure out where to get the money from to pave streets and roads. And is this the year we're going to borrow money more money to pay for paving streets in the village? So that's where we tend to be a little bit more obsessed with it. Second of all, for Betsy and Ken, yeah, absolutely. For the day-to-day board operations, even number board is great. Yeah, you have to work things out. But what I was referring to is the fact that in a real initiative, any real initiative that the village wants to bring that significantly and substantially threatens the systemic way the town does business, that can be negated by the town outside the village. And that's the concern we have. Democracy is not about compromise. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are not going to come to compromise to see who becomes president this year. They're not going to share it. They're not going to work it out. It's going to, whoever has the most passion and initiative is going to win the day. And I'm concerned that 3-3 is ruling out democracy. And I believe that sort of in a sense, that's why the local government committee didn't like it. And lastly, Bruce, it's actually Article 7. Let me read it to you. That government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community, and not for the particular emolument or advantage of any single person, family, or set of persons who are a part only of that community. And the reason we don't sue you is because we love you, and we know you want to do the right thing, and we want to help you work it out. Okay? Thank you.
I think I saw Raj had his hand up a while back.
No, let's just move on. Thank you.
Let's try again for Irene. Are you out there?
I have her questions.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
She seems to be able to text me, but she can't. Techno problems. All right, she asks, I would like to hear or she states, I would like to hear a motion tonight on the Australian ballot for November. That's just a statement. Second item, I understand why Annie is pleased to pay taxes she voted on, to be clear, the TOV hasn't voted on those taxes, another statement. And she's typing something else, but I have no idea what it is. Oh, here it is. I have heard talk of negotiation, but without equal teams at the charter table. All statements.
Okay, thanks very much for translating, Ken.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we had a list of priorities. That was item 5B. 5E was discuss potential town and/or village charter changes for inclusion on November 2020 ballots. What is your pleasure, Select Board? How?
And make a motion that the select board move forward to place the Australian ballot, change the charter to move to Australian ballot on the November ballot.
I second it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I need to discuss because I thought, my apologies, maybe, I don't know if I somehow missed this, but I thought before we were going to get to the point of voting that we were going to talk about how long we thought we were going to think the merger vote might be, which was business item 5C, because I feel comfortable if we think and decide as a group that we're going to shoot for March. I do not feel comfortable waiting if it turns out that we are talking about moving merger to a 2022 option. So I would like to get a firm decision on that before I make a vote on this.
I see. Okay. I can certainly understand that because one could impact the other. Andy and Dawn, are you okay with withdrawing your motion and second for now?
Yep,
Yes.
we can have that other discussion first. That's fine.
Thank you. All right. Trustees, okay with you?
Sure thing.
Okay. So then let's go back to that. Item 5C, discussion and potential action on date of merger vote. What are your thoughts, board members? Pat, your hand's up first.
Okay. So I certainly brought this up at the select board meeting and it's been discussed since then. My concern is that with losing November, which I think was by far our best shot to get a true representation of as much of the town we were going to get for a merger vote, but I think it's just not feasibly possible at this point. My concern about moving any merger vote to March or April is the same situation that we're currently in now, which is that we thought we were going to have 3 months, give or take, to be able to go into the community to talk about the merger plan, to elicit, or to listen to conversations, to sell it because, that's, I think, what we believed in, or at least that is my impression. If I'm going to vote on something, this is the plan I believe in. So my concern with the realistic timeline of what I hear in the news, and I am not a medical expert at all, but the realistic timeline of a vaccine is maybe the beginning of the year, but it could be could be well into next year, optimistically. So do we want to settle on March when we don't know if we're going to be stuck in the same situation as we are now?
Good points. Dawn or Andy?
Oh, sorry, I saw Raj's hand up, so I thought he was going to go next.
My apologies.
Raj, did you have a comment?
No, we can go board by board. I'm good.
You good?
Yep, go ahead, guys. It's all right.
So I guess my thought is that if we don't go for March, and I guess it never occurred to me that April would be an option, but I guess it is because we'll be voting then too. There's no November vote next year, right?
No.
Right. So it would be a special election if we don't do March or April. And I know that we have, the staff has 2 budgets to put together between now and then also. So we've got multiple high touch items coming along. I'd like to shoot for March or April, but I think it's going to be a stretch to get there. And unfortunately, unless we call a special election and do something in the latter part of next year, it's a whole year out, right? So.
Okay. A lot to consider. Raj, I apologize for skipping over you before. Could you go ahead?
Oh, thanks. Now that Andy's thought process completely changed my mind, so I'm not sure if I have anything to add here. I have been, since Patrick was talking, trying to think about everything that has to happen between now and town meeting day. That normally has to happen. Just thinking back to the trustee meeting with what we're asking Sarah and staff to do, based on that community letter that came in, listening to their list, the budget process going from December. Just trying to think through if we can really make an informed decision tonight on what we can do and what the costs of a special election in a pandemic would be. Because again, even next November, we're likely greater than 50-50 chance to be still wanting to do a mailing ballot in November of 2021, even if we were to call a special election then. So yeah, just trying to figure out what that means. I just sort of assumed, I think like probably a lot of us, that March would work, but there is a lot to do for. I think the boards can get the charter done. How much? What would be the? So if August 24th, what would be the new date for work to be completed in time for a month for the attorney to review and warnings? If we did town meeting. What you know off the top of, do we have an estimate? Is it 60 to 90 days? What is it?
40 days.
40 days?
I believe.
Mid-January? Budget
Something
season?
like that.
That's about right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And probably mid-February for April.
Can I make a suggestion for the trustees? Raj, I appreciate everything you just said, but can I don't want to cut you off, but I just wanted to throw something out there before we go too far. First of all, Andrew isn't here tonight. And frankly, the select board is the meeting ahead of us in terms of having their own discussion about what they want to do and how they want to proceed with charter changes and merger. We had wanted to have this kind of discussion. We kind of had it last week, but with everything that's been discussed tonight, I'd like to suggest that I think certainly if we're not going to do something in November, we'd want to try to achieve something, annual meeting, but we might want to have our own trustee meeting before locking ourselves into a specific date tonight. I just want to throw that out there. I don't know how you feel, and maybe Dan and Amber could weigh in too.
I agree with you, George. I mean, it'd be nice to hear from Andrew on this and have a consensus of the board or a majority of the board, including our village president. I don't see as anything we do or the select board does has to be consensus all the time. I think democracy is slowed when you push that you have to have consensus all the time. It's majority is how our democracy works, and that's the way it works expeditiously and I think the best way. So anyhow, I'm all for waiting. The majority is to do so.
Thanks, Dan. Amber, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a valid point, George, and I'm okay with waiting as well. I think we kind of developed a pretty good list, and it would be nice for us to chat as to next steps.
Yep. I mean, I'm kind of contradicting myself, Elaine, and saying, well, I think we all need to try the best we can to work together. But, you know, please understand we are kind of a meeting behind you in terms of meeting as a board, you know, separately, not jointly, and just digesting it all. Like the kind of question you asked, how do you really feel about merger? You know, that might be something we want to ask ourselves. So I'd like you, with the board's indulgence, maybe we can tentatively kind of, for, you know, consensus wise, say, yeah, I think we're shooting for annual meeting, either town or village annual meeting date, the school budget annual meeting date next year. But maybe hold off making a firm decision tonight. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. And just we don't have to pick a date.
Okay.
What we do need to decide is whether we're going to put it on the November ballot.
Oh,
We
I
don't
thought you
have
had,
to-
I
Well,
thought
you know,
you had decided that as a board, not to do that.
right, but we didn't say, but let's do it on town meeting, you know, next year. Like, we're talking about two things right now. We're talking about, should we put it on the November ballot, yes or no? Should we put it on some other date? And so I want to make sure we separate those two.
Okay. Gotcha.
Apologies for interrupting. To be clear, I think part of that might have been my desire as well, because I had mentioned specifically that knowing a firm date of if we're going to March for me decides whether or not I am going to vote yay or nay on putting Australian ballot in November. If we have to wait longer than that, then I don't feel comfortable, but I absolutely respect and will happily give the trustees a meeting, since they are behind us, to have their own discussions about that. We have until the end of August, or mid-end of August, before we have to make that decision as a select board. So is, I think, completely respectful and reasonable to give them a meeting to talk amongst themselves, decide how they want to do that and proceed, and then the select board can make a decision mid-August, and that would be, I think, fairest for everyone.
Okay. Dan, hold on just a second. Dawn, you had your hand up, but then it came down. Did you still have something to say?
Well, I was going to make a suggestion, but now I'm not sure it was going to work. My suggestion was that we, and this may be part of what's going on, is that we go ahead and put the, oh good, now I've lost my train of thought. The budget vote, Australian ballot vote on the November ballot. And if we continue to have work sessions from now to December, that we should be able to work out what we're working towards merger, be able to present it on town meeting day, but vote on the school budget day. That way you have one vote in April, and you wouldn't have two separate ballot issues. You could do two, ballots at the same time, and you would save money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that did make sense. Yeah. Okay. Dan, go ahead.
I just think there was some confusion when George said something about the November ballot or November vote, whether it was for the Australian ballot or for the merger. And so that I just wanted clarification on that you're talking specifically for the Australian ballot, for the budget to go Australian ballot, as opposed to, town meeting. Correct?
No, I think we're still talking about whether to put, no, I'm sorry. Strike that, reverse it.
Well, Andy's motion was that it would be separate. It wouldn't be not moving forward with the merger charter change on the ballot, I believe. And I thought he was moving to have the budget presented by Australian ballot.
Yes, his initial motion was to do that. And then we were asked to discuss the date of merger going on a ballot before we voted on whether Australian ballot should go on a ballot. So, Pat, I'm not sure where that leaves us.
Yeah.
Perhaps what we could do with the select board's permission is let the trustees have their conversation, and then we make a decision about the date of the merger ballot And then after that, we make a decision about Australian ballot.
That's what I felt is kind of where we were landing.
Okay.
People are, obviously okay with that. Obviously the rest of the select board would have to indulge waiting, an extra meeting.
Yeah. So Andy, what's your reaction to that?
Well, that was Pat's request. So no, I think we still need, there's still language to work on that needs to be completed, a month from now to get on the ballot. So, although we have a meeting next week, right?
Right. Right. We would need to.
But we're not going to. But I'm sure we're not going to know. We're not going to know between now and next week whether or not we can have a completed charter ready by the middle of January or the middle of February. I really struggle with setting a specific date. I think we can set a target and we can work toward it. And then in November, December, when we're closer to that date, say, okay, are we really going to be ready for this, or not? That's where I am. And and again, for the Australian ballot thing, there's probably language in there that none of us have thought of that needs to go in there to change how we vote on our budget. So I don't want to wait to make that decision.
I do agree that I'd rather not set a target date on the merger being on ballot, because we just don't know with the budget process that we're going through and all the other work we're dealing with, whether we'll be ready, and the holidays and everything else. So Pat, I'm not, I totally understand your preference to wait that extra time, but I don't know that we'll have the time to get the ballot ready for November if we waited.
I mean, I guess I understand that, but I mean, it seems like this is a ballot change that has happened certainly across dozens of municipalities in the state. How complicated can that language really be?
Okay.
There's stuff in there about how we develop our budget. I don't know if any of that language needs to be changed. And yeah, okay, maybe it's simple. Yep.
Perhaps it would be helpful to ask if Evan or Greg have any information that might help us with this decision so that we are not in the dark about this.
I'll chime in. I just think it may be just a simple phone call to our town attorney for language for Australian ballot for the town. And what I'm hearing is the town only. So the town budget would be done by Australian ballot.
Correct.
I agree. I think other communities have done it recently. There's language out there that can be put together relatively quickly. I already have a call into Bill on another matter. I can add this to his list.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at here is that I thought that, or at least rather, I feel strongly that the trustees have asked us for one meeting because their president is not here, and that they have things that they want to talk about that we as a select board have already talked about before they decide, yay or nay on November as a group, or, they're going to also talk about whether they feel comfortable about March or not. I'm okay giving them that time because I feel that our staff can have the language to put Australian balloting on the budget for us by our second meeting in August, and that gives us the time to get it there. But if people don't feel comfortable with that, again, I'm trying to respect our partners here, and it feels like if they're asking for one more meeting so that they can have a discussion that we've already had, it feels fair to give it.
Andy, any reaction?
Let's see, am I muted?
No, you're good.
I'm not muted. Okay. I guess if if staff is confident that we can have language ready in time, we can wait. I'm pretty,
Okay. Evan, if that's okay with you, I think I see Dawn nodding her head. I think that's the consensus of the board. Can you and Susan work on the appropriate language for our next meeting?
I'm sending an email as we speak.
Okay. So then there was also, are there, Andy?
Yeah, that leaves the other question, potential charter change of the 3+3. Since we have an open request already at the legislature, I think we need to address that too.
Do we need to put this on the ballot again since it was already approved?
No, it's
by
the
voters.
Yeah, but there's nothing in our charter that establishes voting districts or addresses the concerns that the GovOps committee letter expressed. So I think we need to go forward with a charter change proposal that addresses those things so that so that's not the reason, so that the lack of those things isn't the reason that it gets shut down.
Okay. So then we would need additional language that edits or amends the charter to incorporate what was approved by the voters, as well as adjustments that were requested by the Government Ops Committee. Would that be an accurate next step?
Well, yeah, I think we need to add in, right, the establishment of the voting districts and the provision for keeping them in sync with population changes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think those are the issues, right? There are.
I believe they are. Pat. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
I think there's proposed language in the charter that we've been reviewing. I haven't gone back and looked at it recently, but I don't know how complete we consider that. But I think there's a starting point.
Pat, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would, at least according to Bill and from what they had mentioned, doesn't that also include their concern about an even number? And my big concern of that is that if we try to make any adjustments at this point, I believe most of the people who voted for that change are going to feel that that's not what their intent was in voting for it. I think that's part of one of the bigger problems with this is that we certainly, as the select board, need to listen to the will of our voters. But if our voters put forward something that the GovOps committee says you can't do because they don't feel that it's right for Vermont or for whatever, I mean, at what point do we take advocacy and have it become us just building it into something else?
I'm also a little concerned about putting the same proposal before the voters again. I would want to make sure that Bill, that our attorney is okay with it. It would be the same proposal, but with some changes to it. So I just would make sure that that was okay. That doesn't get us to a decision on this, however. Andy?
I don't see it as the same question again. It's additional changes.
Okay.
The other changes have already been voted. I agree. You should not vote on those changes a second time because they've already been approved. And it's the addition of the other sections that are needed to complete it.
Evan, are you catching the drift of this conversation? Because I feel a little at sea. I saw that face. I feel a little at sea on this and would want our attorney to advise us on what the charter change would look like if it were to be put into a ballot form with what was approved by the voters and then the changes to it.
Yeah. Sorry, I drifted. I was trying to send an email, so I got caught short.
I've been
Greg's
taking
waving,
notes.
I see him.
Yeah, I've been taking notes, so think I've captured the gist of it, and we'll work with the attorney and the clerk and get you some answers.
Okay.
Elaine, excuse me. This is George.
Yes.
Can I butt in here? I mean, I just you know that we've got several trustees that have had their hands raised, and I would like to give them an opportunity to discuss. As I said, we're interested in what the select board has to say, but there was another board at this meeting. We invited you, you invited us or whatever, and I'd like to hear what Dan and Raj have both had their hands raised for quite a while, so I'd like to hear what they have to say. Dan? Dan, did you have your hand raised? Sorry, maybe I didn't.
I had it up and I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Raj?
I just wanted to ask, I'm going to admit, first 2 minutes of your conversation, I went to get a popsicle.
Okay.
But are you talking about taking something that has been voted on, charter change that is before the legislature and has been tabled, and modifying it and just simply putting it out for another vote again? Because that sounds a little bizarre to me. Is that what's, it sounds like with 3.3 with this, that you're asking if you can make the changes GovOps has suggested and put it on the ballot again in November. That seems a little bit like I'd want to know if that was, because it's sort of an open question still. It's sort of, it seems odd to me that the select board would take that position considering this was a citizen led effort. And as someone who represents a district that didn't vote for it, I'm a little concerned about that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to clarify what's being discussed. And if this is really mostly a select board conversation, it's 10 o'clock. So I'm wondering if we can maybe the select board wants to continue this and maybe the trustees can approve the consent agenda and we can kind of go. I mean, maybe that's inappropriate, but it's getting late. I'm sorry.
Okay, Andy, I think, has something to say in response to Raj, and then Dan.
So Raj, the way my understanding of how charter changes can work is if you have small changes, they each have to be voted independently, and so the move to 3+3 has already been voted, so we would not modify that at all. It would be, this is my view of it, we'd put in the section that defines the voting districts, which you can do whether you have 3+3 or not. And then the other is how you change the borders of those voting districts. Those are the two sections that I believe need to be added. And you don't touch the prior, it would be inappropriate to vote a second time on a previously approved charter change. So this is adding the sections that the GovOps said were missing from the original proposal.
So if those changes were voted down this time, what happens to the original?
Then the GovOps can make their decision whether to accept it or not, right?
Okay, just trying to be clear about. Thank you.
Dan.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the budget to ballot, Australian ballot. It's something that I brought up in the past years ago, but it's supportive. But as far as the voting districts, and speaking with some of my constituents, going forward with a voting districts without a merged community just seems kind of odd to me. We're voting on voting districts when my feeling personally is if this merger vote fails, be it March or whenever next year, whatever we all decide to move forward, if we do, I'm supportive of a separation of the communities, and I'd be interested to see how that'll impact this whole 3-3 proposal. But anyhow, that's my opinion.
Okay, so I think I apologize for the tangent into select board business, but item E definitely has a town component and a village component. And so I think both groups have decided to table decisions on what to put on the November ballot, be it Australian ballot, merger, or 3-3, until at least one more meeting. Is that an accurate assessment? Andy, your hand is up.
So I'm not sure I agreed to both of those. I don't think we had the discussion for the 3+3 thing. Did staff say they would go look at the language and get some assessment of what needed to be put in there, or what's the next step?
Yes, Greg came on and said that he would talk to the town attorney and get us some answers. Am I right there, Greg?
That was the sense I got from the board, was that you wanted to get some feedback from the town attorney and the clerk of how to best present this on the ballot.
Okay, then are we going to talk about it in our next meeting, which is 6 days from today?
Might be the second meeting in August, but we will do what we can in the next couple of days.
Did you have something else, Andy?
I was just going to say it concerns me because we're running up against the deadline very quickly here.
Right, but it does. I don't feel comfortable voting on this right now. I just don't have enough information. Dawn, your hand is up.
I'd like to make the motion that we table this for the evening to allow the trustees one further meeting and for us to have further discussion on this on our next meeting.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. And any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Okay. Trustees, sorry, we had to get that business out of the way. Are we also, I'm assuming, tabling the conversation on whether to put merger on the ballot or not in November?
I think that's our understanding, Elaine. I'm gonna poll the other trustees to see if that's their understanding. Raj? Amber? Dan?
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Dan, yes.
Okay.
And just so I understand, the proposal you're considering for 3-3, just don't want it, you don't need to, I'm not trying to dig into this, but this was a citizen proposal. But you're now adopting it as a formal select board proposal. Is that what you're saying? The select board is now, you hadn't adopted this. You had to put it on a ballot because you were forced to do so by statute. But now what you're saying is you're voluntarily carrying this forward back down to the legislature. I just want to be clear. Is that what you're saying?
George, what we're saying is that the voters voted to pass this motion, this change to our charter. And the House Government Ops Committee did not reject it. They tabled it pending additional information, expecting that merger was coming. If merger is not coming in November, then there is no reason for us not to pursue.
Elaine, let me interrupt you, Elaine. Can you tell me where in their response to you they said they wanted more information? Did they say they wanted more information, that they wanted to see how you would create voting districts? What exactly led you to conclude that if you just supplied them with a little bit more information, then they'll reconsider it? I didn't read the letter that way. And I would also add, as you know, most bills and things that get submitted to the GovOps committee or other legislative committee quite frequently never even get to be discussed. They just get stuck on a wall and nothing ever happens. So I'm just curious, what is it that is compelling you to bring this forward? What was it in their letter that makes you think that you just need to supply them with a little bit more information and then it'll be fine?
It's hardly as simple as providing them with a little bit more information.
Okay.
They raised objections, and we understand that if those objections can be met with reasonable solutions, that they would reconsider. And they based their tabling on the fact that they were expecting merger to come to them in the following session. And so since it's likely it will not, our voters are expecting us to move forward on this. And because our voters approved it, that's what we need to do. All right. I think that we may have covered B, C, and E, because C did not have any action attached to it. Would that be the consensus of the boards?
Yep,
Okay.
let's move on.
Yes. I'm getting a request for public to be heard. We did not have a public to be heard aspect of these two topics. Boards, are you okay with that?
We haven't voted yet, so.
No, we haven't voted, and we're preparing to move on to a new topic. So our practice lately has been to allow the public to speak.
Yeah, I think we should.
So if someone would like to speak, I see Annie Cooper wishes to speak. Is there anyone else? Okay, Annie, and then Ken, some brief comments so that we can move on to the next topic.
Patty has her hand up too, Patty Davis.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Patty. Annie, Patty, and Ken.
Lynn, what's that time thing that you do? 1 minute? Just tell me a time.
2 minutes.
Great. I feel that a citizen initiative that got voted on and then went to Montpelier, I feel like that has taken its natural course, and I disagree vehemently as a resident of the town that is now to be taken on as a thing that has a course to follow. That must be allowed its path. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty?
Am I unmuted?
You're fine. We can hear you.
Oh, I just want to thank you, Elaine, for your last comment. Your response to George. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Very brief. I just want to remind folks that Dan Richardson did talk about the even aspect of 3+3 at the last time he was dialed in. Yes, he said it would be a challenge, but he also said it could be sold. You simply would have to show support for it and actually explain why this makes sense for us at this time. So I would like to suggest that you reverse the vote of non-support that you took back in January, February, whenever it was, and just have a quick vote on support for 3+3 so that the voters know that you're on board at this point and you're pushing forward for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Irene?
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
I'm on a PC now. Thank you for your patience earlier. I just wanted to remind everyone that the letter that you received from the chair and vice chair of the House Government Operations Committee was written without the approval of the entire committee. They had no idea it was being written. It appears to me that it was written so that the village trustees could make an announcement 2 days later about the status of the charter change, because the committee wasn't going to be adjourning for another month. They didn't have to make a decision of whether to table it or not. But be that as it may, the vice chair of the Government Ops Committee met with 3 opponents who are state representatives here in Essex, and they told him their reasons for not wanting to have the charter change passed. And then 3 days later, on May 7th, he listed all those reasons during the public meeting. So it was pretty much the vice chair of the committee who had a list of objections handed to him by people who live here and should be representing the population, the greater good, the voters who voted for it, and yet betrayed those voters. So let's please remember, the committee never voted on it. The committee did not have objections. One person on the committee had objections. He penned a letter, the chair signed it, and that's what you have seen. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, now we're moving on to business item 5D. Discuss creation of MOUs to memorialize completed consolidation work to date and shared board decisions. Evan or Greg, would you like to kick this discussion off?
Actually, it being late, I mean, it's just, it's there's a list of MOUs that you have already approved, some that we think you should review and create. It's late, just put this on the radar, maybe just best to put this on the next meeting on your to-do list. It's just to bring it to your attention that if you are not putting this on the November ballot, there are some MOUs that you should consider.
Evan, thank you. I agree, and I appreciate your forbearance with waiting for us to take this up another time.
No. It's just
Are
late.
you okay with that?
It's late, and it doesn't have to go anywhere tonight. We can send you a list for the next agenda of what we're talking about, the issues, and some of the current MOUs that probably need a little cleanup moving forward.
Board members, is that okay with you to table this until a later date?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Trustees?
Oh, okay. Trustees, do you want to table this to a later date?
Yes.
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 Okay. Thank you. The last remaining business item is the consent agenda. Would anyone from the select board like to move approval of the consent agenda? Dawn, are you raising your hand to do that?
I make the motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dawn. Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Andy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, we're unanimous. Trustees, would you like to approve your part of the consent agenda?
I move the trustees approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we're on to the reading file and board member comments.
If I can get one moment.
Of course.
I'll go last, but I just want to say two quick things, so I'll go last.
I think you have the floor, Evan.
Oh, okay. I wanted to give you guys a preview, just real quick. Maybe you all know that I've been working on a project with Brad and the school district to deal with the school year and how the school district has come out and said they would split the school week, 2 days in, Wednesday off, and then 2 days at home and switch around. So I don't have anything concrete, but staff is trying to work with the school district and some local businesses on how we could provide a safe environment for our school-age kids, K through 8, to have a safe place to do learning so their parents can go to work. Again, nothing concrete yet. Have a meeting with the school district later this week. We are just working on whether we can do something. It is very complicated. We don't know how many students would be a part of this, or how many parents, or if it would be seasonal or weekly or any of those things, but we know there's a need out there. We know there's a lot of angst from the parents. We got an extra week starting today because I believe school's not going to start until September 8th now. And so that's just something staff is working on and would have to work out a whole bunch of logistics But I wanted to let you and the public know that that is a project we're working on with the school district, because we really need to be in lockstep with what they're doing and know how they're going to address certain issues of COVID for us to move forward. And it would really be more like a child care setting, not a learning setting. We would certainly have an adult in the space. That adult would be able to help the students if they could, but it's mainly to provide them with a safe place to do their learning, so that parents can go to work as well. EJRP and the town of Essex, we do childcare all the time, so we know how to do it and we know how to do it safely. And so that's just something we're working on. And then also for those, everybody was invited to CHIPS event on Saturday, August 8th. That's going to be on the front lawn of the Village Hall. And there'll be social distancing and masks. And I'm told that it's going to be a short ceremony. So hopefully you all could show up. That's what I had.
Evan, thank you. I think the idea of providing remote learning spaces for our students is brilliant. And I really give you and Brad and Allie and Greg and everyone else who's working on this a ton of credit for coming up with it. And please let us know if there's anything that we can do to help.
Okay. It is just very hard to find enough spaces that meet the criteria of the Department of Education and other departments in a COVID environment that's not already a school. And so it's logistics, and it's a function of space and how we could actually do it. But it's coming closer, so you'll probably hear from me at the next meeting.
Okay, we look forward to it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, if any of you want to come to the CHIPS presentation that's happening, please do. Andrew Brown and I have been asked to give comments, but it's more of a celebration of this accomplishment. So if you'd like to be able to be there, there will be social distancing and mask wearing all around. So it will be a safe experience, but it's a good thing for our community. Any other questions or comments from board members? Pat?
I had one. Yeah. I wanted to echo what you said, Elaine. Evan, to appreciate and commend the foresight of looking into what schooling is going to look like in the fall, what we can do to help out the families that are impacted with that. As you know, specifically reaching out if you need my assistance with anything, the familiarity that I have with the buildings and the security and their teacher contracts and whatnot is, at your disposal. The second thing, it did seem like our meeting numbers were down tonight, and I found out why. It's because there was a 150-person Zoom school board meeting tonight that I suspect, if they're taking public comment, is probably still ongoing. So I know they're discussing it right now.
And I'll add, I mean, I know the school board has the best intentions for the safety of the children and the teachers, and your plan, was thought out. What we are trying to do is react to it and then be nimble enough to address changes in that school year so that working families can continue to do just that, work, so that they can pay the bills. And we all know that child safety is paramount in this process. And so it's just something that we thought, as what we do, and our abilities to do certain things very well could line up to help the community. And we have a couple of business owners that have we've reached out to, and they've reached out to us, that we think this might have a chance of working. So, thanks, Pat. We'll see how the next steps go, because really it also boils down to funding. And it is very expensive to do what we're looking to do.
Well, I think the select board has made their comments, trustees.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well, without any further business, I'll accept the motion to adjourn from the select board.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Dawn. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 We hear a motion to adjourn from the trustees.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Good night, everybody.
We're adjourned.
Take care.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.